Afternoon, and welcome you all to the fourth conference on Innovation, Sustainability and Regeneration International Conference. We warmly welcome those who are here in presence at Universidade Católica Portuguesa Porto Campus and those who are following online and through Católica and Jornal Público social media. To open this industry brand of our conference, I now call Professor Isabel Braga da Cruz, our Pro-Rector of Universidade Católica Portuguesa in Porto.
So good afternoon. I'd like to address a warming welcome to all the participants to the fourth edition of the Insure Conference, International Conference, and that today marks the second day of the conference known as Market Branch. I take the opportunity to greet and welcome all the participants, Professora Paula Castro, Dean of Escola Superior de Biotecnologia, Professor João Pinto, Dean of Católica Porto Business School, which is as well co-leader of the Insure.hub, together with Professor Manuela Pintado from ESB and Dr. António Vasconcelos from Planetiers World Gathering. To everyone joining us today, both speakers and attendees present in this auditorium, as well as the ones that are following us in a remote version, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to Universidade Católica Portuguesa at Porto and to the Insure International Conference Innovation, Sustainability and Regeneration. Today, more than ever, sustainability and regeneration are central priorities for organizations, aligned closely with the European Green Deal and with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. This framework underpins our platform, Insure.hub, which we launched here at Católica 4 years ago. Our primary objective is to foster a vibrant international ecosystem of multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary knowledge that drives circular, sustainable, and regenerative business solutions enhanced by disruptive innovation and technologies. The Insure.hub has 4 main areas of focus: advising business and public entities on sustainability topics, benefiting companies and clusters, municipalities and regions, and the citizens. Second, promoting sustainable and regenerative entrepreneurship, particularly in partnerships with think tanks. 3, developing sustainability literacy to inspire new public policies, empowering society, and prepare educational materials. And 4, delivering disruptive training and education, thus as advanced courses, case studies, and executive education. We have already seen some impactful initiatives such as executive education for chief sustainability officers, a postgraduate program in innovation for sustainability regenerative business, despite other specific projects with companies and advisory projects across sectors like agri-food, textile, or footwear. The Insure initiative reflects a multidisciplinary approach between Católica Porto Business School and Escola Superior de Biotecnologia, in a partnership with Planetiers New Generation, along with a set of national and international entities that are leaders and transformative agents in sustainability and regeneration areas. Today, we are proud to have the support of over 90 entities who have signed the MOU with Católica and Planetiers, attesting the alignment and the commitment with these topics. And I'm very pleased to confirm that after 4 years, some projects have been raised and are already in the implementation process. Yesterday, in the academic branch of the conference, we had the privilege of exploring R&D projects on natural sciences and social sciences, followed by 2 roundtables covering topics such as from ideas to impact and data science and AI for sustainability. Today, under the market attempt, we will delve deeper into practical applications. The program includes some case studies from Insure partners, including Altri, Greenvolt, Mota-Engil, Soja de Portugal, Sonai MC, and Bock Group. Then we'll have the opportunity to be inspired by Professor Wayne Visser with a lecture over the topic Thriving Innovation to Regenerate Nature, Society and the Economy, followed by a conversation with Dr. Pedro Cruz from KPMG. Professor Wayne Visser is passionate about transforming the way we think about sustainability, business and leadership. He is a global thought leader, a fellow of Cambridge University and pioneer of corporate social responsibility 2.0 and the concept of prosperity. Wayne Visser has published more than 40 books, including Thriving, the Breakthrough Movement to Regenerate Nature, Society and the Economy, which will serve as the keynote corner of today. And we are very pleased to have you here. He will also tell us about the 10 emerging technologies that could save the planet. We are very excited to listen to his lecture today. I'm sure Professor Wayne Visser will inspire us. We will conclude the day by presenting awards for the best paper presentations in natural sciences, social sciences sessions from yesterday, sponsored by KPMG and MDS. I'm confident that the next few hours will be insightful and energizing. We are joined by nearly 300 registered participants across the 2 days of conference. The university recognized the relevance of bringing companies into these scenarios, and I want to express my deepest gratitude to all the speakers for sharing their knowledge and expertise with us. It's truly encouraging to see business and organizations engaged and active with these vital areas. Just to finish, I also would like to thank the organization team, both from Católica side and from the Planetiers, for their dedication, energy, enthusiasm in making this conference a reality. A special word of appreciation goes to our sponsors, whom I'd like to recognize individually. As main sponsor, KPMG and MDS, Altri, Soja de Portugal, Sonai MC, Cafa Coffee, and the Bock Group, as well as the sponsor of Monchique that we also had. So thank you once again for being here. I wish you a stimulating and productive session ahead. And now I will pass the floor to the next speaker. Thanks a lot.
O Insure.hub é uma parceria entre a Universidade Católica Portuguesa, através das suas escolas, a Católica Porto Business School e a Escola Superior de Biotecnologia, uma parceria com a Planetiers New Generation. Pretende, acima de tudo, o desenvolvimento de novos projetos, modelos de negócios que sejam circulares, regenerativos e sustentáveis, assentes, acima de tudo, em tecnologias disruptivas, novas e inovação. Nós temos neste momento 70 entidades nacionais e internacionais que são nossos parceiros, desde empresas do setor agrícola, passando pelo setor dos serviços e até mesmo parceiros internacionais que trabalham connosco estes temas, desde o Reino Unido aos Estados Unidos e até mesmo à Suécia. Nós trabalhamos acima de tudo em 4 grandes áreas.
Com as organizações pretendemos levar a sustentabilidade para a alta direção das empresas.
Cada vez mais nós vamos tendo a sustentabilidade como um elemento fundamental nas discussões que vão desde nos jornais, na televisão, mas sobretudo nos conselhos de administração. E por isso cada vez é mais importante conhecer efetivamente como é que estes temas se traduzem e efetivamente o que é que está em questão.
Também levar inovação disruptiva e permitir a criação de novos modelos de negócio inspirados no funcionamento da natureza.
A Escola Superior de Biotecnologia e o seu centro de investigação, dia a dia, têm diálogo com a indústria, identificam os principais problemas, encontram as melhores soluções, investigam-nas e ajudam nessa transferência para a própria indústria se tornar mais sustentável e preparar a sua empresa para os desafios do futuro.
Estamos a apoiar muitos dos nossos investigadores a sair para fora, para as empresas e para a indústria. Estamos também a trabalhar com projetos que já se iniciaram e agora estamos a fazer o scaling up, a ligar o projeto com financiadores, com fundos de capital de risco e com a banca.
Por outro lado, do ponto de vista individual, é fundamental equipar, capacitar os indivíduos, mobilizar toda a sociedade.
Nós estamos a promover a literacia e sustentabilidade, estamos a trabalhar com as escolas primárias e preparatórias, levando até lá e em conjunto com a nossa Faculdade de Educação e Psicologia, aos jovens, aos alunos do primeiro e segundo ciclo, todos estes temas da sustentabilidade, porque só conseguimos no futuro estar melhor se efetivamente forem as crianças e começarmos a trabalhar com elas tudo isto. E por último, o quarto pilar é o tema da formação. Já lançamos vários programas de formação, quer seja o Chief Sustainability Officer, quer seja a pós-graduação em sustentabilidade e regeneração, que são programas que são diferentes daquilo que normalmente é oferecido, porque nós partimos da biodiversidade, da biotecnologia, da bioengenharia e depois trazemos a parte dos negócios, a parte da Business School, liderança, estratégia, modelos de negócio, economia regenerativa, finanças sustentáveis, trazemos isso tudo para, de forma integrada, interdisciplinar, dar uma resposta holística a todos os problemas.
Now, I have the pleasure to call for our keynote corner our keynote speaker, Professor Wayne Visser. Thank you, Professor, for being here, who will be challenged not by Pedro Cruz, because for health issues he's not here, but from our friend João Torres from KPMG. Thank you so much.
And then I speak.
Welcome to Professor Dr. Wayne Visser. For the introduction, I would say that Wayne is a globally recognized pre-academic. And why a pre-academic? Because Wayne brings together relevant practical experience with the academic view. He covers fields as sustainable and regenerative business, innovation and leadership. On the academic side, he's head program instructor at the University of Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership, and I might say also a professor here at Católica Porto Business School. He is professor at Antwerp Management School, holding the world's first academic chair in sustainable transformation. He's also the author of 40 books, around 40 books, I think, which includes Thriving, the Breakthrough Movement to Regenerate Nature, Society and the Economy. He is pioneer with works on CSR 2.0. We share in common KPMG because Wayne was previously a director in sustainability services in South Africa. He's a director of the think tank and media company Kaleidoscope, Future Labs, and founder of CSR International. As a professional speaker, a sustainability academic, he traveled and worked in more than 80 countries, and he is recognized by many entities such as Trust Across America, as one of the world's top 100 thought leaders, and a top 100 sustainability leader by ABC Carbon. I think it's a lot. Welcome and thank you for your presence.
Thank you. Thank you. I really need to make that introduction shorter, otherwise my speech gets too short. Anyway, it's a great pleasure to be here and to talk about this topic. So let's dive into it. Down one? Okay. All right, so to kick off, let's try to just get a brief view on the state of the world. And I do this in 10 facts. Let's start with a small one, number 8. This is the number of times in the last 8 years that climate and extreme weather has been listed as the top risk by the World Economic Forum. You've seen in the news, right? Spain is having a really bad time right now. Last week, weeks before, we can see hurricanes, we can see tornadoes. So this is our top and most urgent problem, and the world's leaders actually agree. Whether they do anything about it is another question. 41, so this is the percentage of people who are LGBTQ who have left a job because they felt bullied, meaning that half still do not disclose their status for fear that they will be discriminated against. 73. I always take a deep breath before this one, because if you think about it, it took us 3.8 billion years to build up the life on this planet. It's taken us just 50 years to wipe out 3/4 of that life. This is the loss of wildlife populations since 1970, also a steep decline in insect populations. 169. I see we have a nice gender balance here today. Well, this is the number of years it will take to reach gender pay parity globally. Equal pay for equal work between men and women. 169 years. I don't think we should be that patient. 272. So we often talk about inequality between countries. What about inequality within our companies? This is the average CEO to worker pay of the largest 500 companies in the world. If you happen to work for Amazon, it take you more than 6,000 years to earn what your CEO earns. Let's look at some bigger numbers. 110 million, the number of people who've been forced out of their homes in the last year. Notice that this has more than doubled over the last 10 years, many of these within their own countries, and a lot of this not even taking into account climate refugees. 704 million. This is a moving number. This is the number of COVID cases, still going up, more than 7 million deaths to date. 250 billion. The cost of severe natural catastrophes in the past year. And notice here that just over a third of these are insured, meaning millions of people who have their lives turned upside down don't have help to get back on their feet. 3.6 trillion, the global cost of corruption, roughly 3% of global GDP, $1 trillion in bribes paid every year. And 8 trillion, the cost of cyber security risks, cyber crime. And notice that this has gone up by a factor of 8 since pre-COVID. So my task was to cheer you all up. I hope I've managed to do that. But it is important that we recognize these challenges, because what we're facing is shocks to our global system. And what we know from studying systems is that when they get these disturbances, they become unstable. And only one of two things can happen. Either they break down, they literally fall apart, or they break through, they evolve, and they actually innovate to become more high functioning. And so that's really the choice that we have. And that's often how I frame sustainability and beyond sustainability thriving, is how do we turn breakdowns into breakthroughs? And there are 6 great transitions that we have to go through as a global society. Let me just put them on the table, and then I'm going to bring them alive with some examples. The first is that we have to go from degradation of ecosystems to restoration. And we do that through an eco-services economy. We have to go from the depletion of our natural resources to renewal. And we do that through a circular economy. We have to go from disparity, inequality, discrimination, and so on in our workplaces and supply chains to responsibility through an access economy. And this, of course, is the agenda of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We have to go from disease to revitalization of our health through the well-being economy. We have to go from disconnection, which is the unequal access to technology, to rewiring through a digital economy. And we have to deal with the crises. We have to go from disruption, linked to all of these catastrophes, pandemics, climate events, and so on, to resilience, to be able to come through those and to bounce back. We do that through a risk management economy. So this is really the challenge of the next generation at least. And it's all about moving from the first column, which are breakdowns, to breakthroughs, the second column, through the market system, the opportunities in the third column. So let's bring these alive now with examples. One of the reasons I wrote Thriving was just to bring together hundreds of examples of the amazing and inspiring innovations that are taking place. So let's just get an idea of some of those. This is the new Google headquarters in London, and on top of the roof will be a 320-meter park. And the biodiversity on that roof will be higher than the surrounding countryside. We know that from studies of other green roofs in London. That also tells you something about the state of our farming system, that biodiversity is so low in the countryside. But green walls, green roofs, these are definitely helpful in promoting biodiversity. In the end, though, we do need to tackle our farming system. And this is the biggest single cause of biodiversity loss in the world today, our agro-industrial approach to farming, chemical intensive. But there is an alternative, and companies like Danone, among others, are committing to organic regenerative farming, which is a lot about putting the life back in the soil, using less chemicals, rotating crops, and so on. We also have to acknowledge that when we talk about food and agriculture, it is linked to our diets, and our diets make a huge impact on biodiversity. You can see just by comparing a standard meat-based burger to a plant-based burger, something like the Beyond Burger uses 99% less water, 93% less land, 90% less carbon. So this is a choice we can make that will have a real difference. And then we can also turn to the area of biotech, and of course we have this great strength at Católica. This is Vesteron. This is a company that extracts peptides from spider venom. And the good thing about using this as an insecticide is it's harmless to other creatures. So it kills the pests you want to kill, but it has no effect on the things you don't want to kill, like bees, like animals, like humans. And so this is the power of biotech. What about natural resources then? We can take this right into our homes. So this is a company, Mill. What they do in what looks like a very simple composting bin is they have a system where you put all of your vegetable waste in that bin, and it essentially extracts the water from that. It dries it into a powder. As a result, it probably takes you a month to fill that bin, because most of food is water. And then once you have that residue, they simply pick it up or take it away, and it becomes a fertilizer. But of course, we can also take this to an industrial scale and look at the hard to decarbonize sectors like chemicals. So LanzaTech, one of the things they're doing is they're saying that we should apply circular economy not only to traditional materials, but what about applying it to carbon? So what they do is they extract carbon from the atmosphere, from the air, and they're able to turn that into a biofuel. And then you do get companies that really look at closing the loop on our metals. This is Umicore. They have an operation just down from where I also teach in Antwerp. And they used to be a Belgian mining company with international interests all around the world. And then a couple of decades ago, they made a strategic decision to get out of mining, but to get into urban mining. And so today, they're one of the largest precious metals recyclers in the world. And they collect all the phones, all the laptops, all the electronic goods, as well as industrial waste, and they extract things like platinum and gold and other precious metals from those. They also, by the way, have a plant that's ready to accept all of the electric vehicle batteries, which are full of very valuable materials, and so we should be worrying less about that. What about the social transition? Well, I mentioned just that statistic on gender equality. You know, it's similar for the other challenges. If we look at other forms of diversity, whether that be ethnic, cultural, inclusion of different age groups, and so on. So we're really not making as much progress as we would like. And in fact, even worse, we've seen a backlash, the so-called ESG backlash, especially in America. And I know for a fact there are global companies, because my son works for one of them, that are essentially canceling their DEI programs, their diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, because it makes them too high profile and too much of a target for the Republicans. They get labeled as woke. So we really have to work hard on this agenda. It's not something we can take for granted. And so we should learn from each other. And this is Stora Enso, which was the leader on the latest ranking of diversity pioneering companies in Europe. Diversity, of course, is about changing your workplace composition. This is Hamdi Ulukaya. So he was a Turkish migrant to America. Today he runs the biggest Greek yogurt brand in America, a company called Chobani. And he makes a point of ensuring that his workforce is full of migrants, but especially refugees. And so he's become a global ambassador for that issue. And then sometimes we can use tech to help us. So this is Hello Tractor. It's basically Uber for tractors. So if you're in East Africa and you're a farmer and you have a tractor and your neighbor doesn't, for a very small fee they can sign up to the app, and when you're not using your tractor, they can use your tractor. Just think about the productivity increase from such a simple innovation as that. What about the health transition? If I were to ask you, which country in the world guarantees that all of their citizens can have access to medicines within 30 minutes? I wonder what your guess would be. I wonder which region of the world you would start in. When I ask this to some of my audiences and classes, usually Scandinavia comes up, maybe Europe. You're in the wrong continent there. Okay, must be America. Maybe Singapore, America? No, it's in Africa, and the answer is Rwanda. Working with zipline, autonomous drones, they're able to deliver medicines within 30 minutes to all of their citizens. Now, the innovation at the top here you see is a fetal heart rate monitor, monitoring the heartbeats of babies. And what's different about it is that it requires no electricity. It's by a company called FreePlay, and it uses wind-up technology. So you wind up the device, and then it works. Doesn't need batteries, doesn't need electricity. Why is that important? Well, if you're in rural Africa or rural Asia, you don't necessarily have access to electricity, and batteries are expensive. So here we have a solution. Below what you see is an innovation by General Electric. Now this is an ultrasound scanner. This used to be a massive machine in only the richest hospitals in the world. And through innovation, they were able to turn it into a handheld device. And instead of costing tens of thousands of dollars as the big machine did, this costs about $150. Now, care workers all over the world, in villages and cities and towns, can use this where they need to. This is a breakthrough that you're looking at here, and this guy made history because he's the first person who is paralyzed and can now walk simply using the power of his thoughts. So this is through brain-computer interface, the kind of work that Neuralink is doing. What about some of those technology changes then? Well, there's the blockchain. And this is a company called Provenance, and what they do is they use the blockchain to track and trace sustainability claims made throughout the value chain. In this case, it's fish, but they do textiles, they do gold, so that we can trust when a company says this product is sustainable. What about digital twins? So this is a company called Dassault, one of the biggest tech companies in the world. They work with the likes of Boeing and others. And by using digital twins, they can do simulations and they can find efficiencies which have huge energy and carbon and waste savings before they even build something. And so we need to use these kinds of technologies. And then we could look at autonomous driving, self-driving vehicles. There's a real race going on for this. And I used to place my bets on Tesla, not only because I'm an early adopter. I've gotten a little bit off of them since their CEO got a bit crazy. But, you know, they had a sort of soft launch about a month ago. As it turns out, they're behind the curve now. So Waymo already has a whole fleet which operates in Phoenix and in San Francisco. They're rolling out to other cities. Uber is pushing hard to get to autonomous driving. So I don't think we're very far away from seeing that all around the world. What about then dealing with disruption, with the crises? Well, firstly, it helps to get assistance during a crisis. This is Ushahidi, and this was the Haiti earthquake some 10 or so years ago. Devastating. Over 100,000 people died in that earthquake. And then a little tech company in East Africa, in Kenya, called Ushahidi, innovated an app, a platform, so that these victims, such as the person you see here, could send a text to say what they needed, if they were trapped, if they were stranded, if they were suffering. Now, their app managed to, in real time, geolocate them, but also all of those messages were coming through in Creole, which is a very hard to understand French. And so what they did is they crowdsourced all the Creole speakers in the world to translate those texts coming in real time, to then pass them on to the aid agencies who could then get the emergency supplies where they were needed, when they were needed. What about 3D printing? So this is HP, and during the pandemic, they 3D printed more than 2 million medical components. That, of course, has huge health benefits, but think about the resilience of supply chains. If you're not dependent on shipping things all around the world and dealing with bottlenecks and so on, you can just get the plans and print things locally. And then a project that's very dear to my heart. This is a project my wife runs in Kosovo called Green Wings. And what we're doing there is drone planting of forests. Firstly, they link to the satellite data, so they're able to do time-lapse photography to prove, actually, that deforestation is a big problem in the country. Interestingly enough, the government doesn't like this because the government's claiming that there is no problem, and they're claiming that they've planted millions of trees. But when we ask for the evidence for that, there is no evidence. So the satellites don't lie, there is a problem, and now we're able to use drones to mass plant forests in the country. So often then, if these are just a group of examples, people are asking me, if I'm a company, how do I know if I'm moving towards a thriving agenda? How do I know if I'm moving towards regeneration? And there are 5 or 6 tests you can use. And what these are, in fact, are the underlying scientific principles of thriving, or if you want to put it another way, of living systems. We know that this is how living systems thrive. So let's have a look at them with some examples. The first is complexity. Now, in all living systems, and by the way, this is not just nature, this society is a living system as well, so is an economy. Complexity is a good thing, and it's referring to the number of relationships in the system. So the more you have a network effect in your system, the more resilient, the more creative that system is. Take an example of the Port of Antwerp-Bruges, who's been a partner of mine for some years, done a lot of work with them. This is their strategic plan. And what they're saying is that they want to be the energy hub of the future based out of Europe, all right? What does that practically mean? It means they need to connect all of those in the world who are producing renewable energy, so these are electrons that they need to connect, and all of those in the world who are producing green hydrogen and green ammonia. So that's essentially the chemistry that they need to connect the molecules. And so they're thinking in terms of being almost the spider in the web of the future energy system. What about circularity then? All things in life are designed in cycles. Everything is an input to everything else. Now, I did a documentary film on this a few years ago. We filmed in Europe, in Latin America, in Africa. So for those who are interested, do look it up. It's available on YouTube. And I'll just give you two quick examples from that film. At the top here, what we're seeing is a company called Biogen, and they take food waste. Now, remember, we waste between 1/3 and 40% of food globally, depending where we are. All of the resources going into growing and transporting that food, and we're simply throwing 1/3 of it away. Well, they collect that food from hotels, from restaurants, from municipalities, and they put it into a bioreactor. They're able to create methane, or a sort of green gas, if you like. So a clean energy source, and then the residue goes onto the fields as a biological fertilizer. At the bottom here, what you're looking at is a company called Becker Fabrics, and they worked for 2 years to come up with a polyester thread that could be recycled, 8 times, in fact. So if you think about, most of our clothes are still made of polyester, which is essentially plastic. If I've got a suit and it lasts 5 years, it can go back, it can be melted down, it can be turned back into a fiber. That's actually the process you see on the left there. They're making very thin fibers. And they can do that 8 times. So my suit has a multi-life of 40 years instead of 5 years. At the end of that, they're actually looking at using that textile waste in the canals and the dikes of the Netherlands, because at the moment they reinforce those with tropical hardwood from Indonesia, probably one of the least sustainable things you could do. So how can you find circularity in your products? The third principle is creativity. It's really the thread that runs through the heart of thriving and innovation. I chose this example just because I kind of like how it got started. So Solugen is a company that uses enzymes, bio-based once again, to create materials, especially chemical materials, to replace fossil fuel-based chemicals. But see how they got started. It was a chance conversation between a doctor and an engineer during a med school poker game. Right? That's how innovation happens. That's why I'm so excited about the cross-disciplinary approach here on campus, and I think in Insure.hub as well. So it's really important that we focus on diversity and interdisciplinary connection. The fourth principle is coherence. So all systems move in a certain direction. They have a common purpose. When we see this in nature, such as the flocking of birds, we call that murmuration. It's a beautiful thing to see. But when we apply it to human systems, something interesting emerges. The experiments that have been done have shown that if I were to take you as a group here and we went out onto the lawn outside, and I said, your only instruction is keep moving but stay within 1 meter of each other, you would just have a random crowd, right? You would just be moving about. But if before the experiment I whispered in a few of your ears, try to move the crowd to the other side of the field, you still have to stay within 1 meter, you still have to keep moving. How many of you would it take to move this whole crowd in that direction? Well, the experiment suggests it's only between 5 and 25%. So it's a purposeful minority that shifts systems. And that's why it's so important to get a common purpose. Now, we do have the Sustainable Development Goals. You've seen the boxes outside. There are 17 of them, perhaps a few too many. But this does give us a global purpose, a global direction. The interesting thing about that experiment is those people didn't have to know who the other ones were, so long as they're moving in the same direction. So we need to apply this to our organizations as well. And I could take many, many examples, but certainly one of the companies that's been very clear on its strategic purpose in the last 5 or 10 years has been IKEA. Not a perfect company, no company is, but they really know what they're aiming for. One of the principles, for example, is circular economy. They're really going big into that, as well as healthy and sustainable living. You know, if I were to ask you which company in the world sells the most meatballs, it's IKEA, right? And they're looking at their carbon footprint, and that's not great for their carbon footprint. So if you go into an IKEA, you'll notice they're now trying to sell you plant-based meatballs as an alternative. And they've got to about 1 in 9 of the sales for that. So the point is, how can you use purpose, a very clear purpose, to shift the system that you're part of? And then we come to the really interesting concept of convergence. So convergence is when things change in a system much faster than we would expect because there are what's called positive feedback loops. Simply one thing reinforcing another, reinforcing another. Again, I could take many examples, but if you just look at what's happening with renewables, linked to what's happening in electrification, linked to what's happening with efficiency, this is obviously the energy system. In fact, these are reinforcing one another. And I was just reading this morning, I wanted to share this with you. The International Energy Agency in 2015 made a prediction for solar. How much solar would we have as part of the electricity system by 2050? Their prediction for 2050 was reached in 2023. Yeah? More than 25 years early. This is how fast systems change when we get convergence. Last year, the reports just come out. If we compare the International Energy Agency's forecast for solar by 2050, they've increased it from last year's projection, they've just increased it by 30%. We will already see solar overtaking fossil fuels by just after 2030. If you include wind, it's a lot earlier than that. This is what happens with convergence. So the point is, what are you doing to amplify these feedback loops in the system to become part of that rapid change? And then the final test is about continuity. Of course, you want to survive and thrive. That means you have to think about resilience in the short term, but have a long-term perspective. And we have this idea that companies are caught in a short-term market. And of course, there is that pressure. But that's not the way that you actually become prosperous. Research by McKinsey shows that more long-term oriented companies have better earnings, better market capitalization, more revenue, and more job creation. So it's a false choice, this idea that if I focus on the long term, I sacrifice the short-term profitability. So everything we can do to have that dual focus on resilience and a long-term strategy is important. I'll start to bring it to a close now with just this thought. When we study complex living systems, one of the exciting things is that they self-organize. If you look at this termite colony here, this will be tens of thousands of ants. They're doing lots of very interesting things. They're going and foraging for food. They're defending the nest against attack. They're farming mushrooms underground. They're feeding the queen. The queen, by the way, is not the leader. She's just laying eggs, right? They take out the trash. They also have an area where they bury their dead. All of this happening without a leader. That's the amazing thing about complex systems. When they get to a certain size, they self-organize. So not to say that we don't need any leaders in our social systems or our organizations, looking beautiful at the front here especially, we're all leaders. That's the point. We need leadership at every level of an organization. The other fascinating thing that happens in complex living systems is what technically we call emergence. In other words, creative things happen, things you wouldn't expect. That idea of synergy, that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And so that's, of course, the whole area of innovation. Now, just to shock you right at the end, I know I'm wearing a Madonna mic here, so don't worry, I'm not going to sing. But I am going to end with some poetry. So this is a poem of mine called Change the World, and I hope it encapsulates what we're trying to get across here in terms of sustainability, innovation, and regeneration. Let's change the world, let's shift it. Let's take it, shake it, and remake it. Let's rearrange the pieces, the patterns in the maze, the reason for our days, in ways that make it better, in shades that make it brighter, that make the burden lighter because it's shared, because we dared to dream and then to sweat it, to make our mark and not regret it. Let's plant a seed and humbly say, I changed the world today. Let's change the world, let's lift it. Let's take it and awake it. Let's challenge every leader, the citadels of power, the prisoners in the tower. The hour of need's upon us. It's time to raise our voices, to stand up for our choices, because it's right, because we fight for all that's just and fair, for a planet we can share. Let's join the cause and boldly say, we'll change the world today. Let's change the world, let's love it. Let's hold it and unfold it. Let's redesign the future, the fate of earth and sky, the existential why. Let's fly to where there's hope, to where the world is greener, where air and water's cleaner, because it's smart to make a start, to fix what we have broken, our children's wish unspoken. Let's be the ones who rise and say, we changed the world today. Thank you.
I think now it is. You presented us the 6 great transitions, and I will pick a comment from you yesterday, which I found very interesting. You called the attention that we are, for decades, talking about to sustain.
Yeah.
And to sustain may be not the most exciting and motivating message to change the world. I would ask you how we can shift the tone to regeneration, and how does that shift may help in creating new pathways to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals?
Yeah, thank you. And I say this as somebody who's been working in sustainability for more than 30 years. So in a way, I'm shooting myself in the foot. But, you know, we have to think like we would as if we were a doctor. If we were a doctor, we have to judge our success on whether the patient is getting more healthy or not. And when we look at some of those statistics I gave you at the beginning, it's very clear that on many issues, it's getting worse, not better, and worse despite more than 30 years of sustainability, and particularly of sustainable business. Now, business is doing more than ever before. There's no doubt about that, but there's something that's not working. And my diagnosis is that we really need 2 things to make the shift. And I call it admission and ambition. And I think part of the problem is that business, most business, not those in the room, of course, but most other businesses, haven't really admitted the scale and urgency of the problems. And haven't admitted that they are part of the problem. That actually it's the economic system that we have that is by design unsustainable. So if you're not admitting that, then you're going to be happy with a sustainable approach. And sustainable, for the last 30 years, if we look at most of what's been going on, it's doing a little less bad. And that's great, because I can show that I'm improving. But it's not an emergency. It's not that serious. We've got time, you know. And of course, that's not the case. So admission the first. But then the missing piece has been ambition. Because if you don't feel that pressure, if you don't believe we're in a crisis and an emergency, then you can set goals that will allow you to have nice reports and, you know, good media statements and so on, but don't really get to the solution, because the solution has to be as ambitious or more ambitious than the problem. And so setting these strategic goals that we don't know how to get to is what we need to create a thriving future. Because what that does is it creates a gap between the reality today and the tomorrow where we need to be. And that gap gets filled by innovation. It forces us to innovate, to think and to act differently. So, you know, I think although we're playing a little bit with language, sustainability, thriving, or regeneration, others call it net positive, I do think it's an important signal that we have to say something about how we've been doing it. Sustainability as usual hasn't worked, it isn't working, and so we need to do something different. And by the way, it probably doesn't help that everybody's a bit caught in the reporting, you know, CSRD, the EU push for reporting. That's part of it, but the danger is we go back to compliance, which is often not very ambitious at all.
Now you'll touch a tricky one. You talked about the global purpose and highlighted the importance of the global purpose, global solution for common problems. However, we see that different paces, let us say, are taken by different players, by China, by the US, by the European Union. How do you see these positions of these geopolitical forces?
Yeah. I mean, one of the things we need to say is that there is no preordained better future, right? So there's nothing inevitable about the fact that we will continue to progress. As likely, we will collapse, we will fall apart, right? And so we really have to work hard for this future that will allow us to thrive. So when we look around the world, do we see signs of that? I mean, if you read your newspapers and your social media feeds, I probably don't need to tell you about the bad signs, the signs of, you know, conflict and of, you know, companies lobbying and digging their heels in. So let's not talk about that. But are there signs in the places you've mentioned, for example, that we're going to see this transformation? Well, with you know, if we think of the BRICS countries especially, if we think of Russia, I'll put them aside. I think there are not great signs from Russia. There's not a lot to hope, except that they are part of a global economy and they will come around eventually because the economics will force it. But they're certainly not leading. Europe, of course, has always led, particularly, you know, as a result of its legislation, but I think is in real danger of falling behind if it hasn't already fallen behind. The US, as you know, with the Inflation Reduction Act, has more or less leapfrogged straight over Europe with the amount of investment that's going in, especially to clean technology, to climate technology. And this is cross-party, by the way. One of the reasons I'm, you know, dreading a Trump presidency, but also holding on to a little bit of hope, even if he gets in, is that the Republicans at the state level have benefited more from the Inflation Reduction Act, from those investments, than the Democrats. So the senators at that level are not going to want to rip that all up, because it's jobs on the ground. But okay, the politics are tricky there. I think if Kamala Harris gets in just over a week, it will be good news, and she will continue to build on what Joe Biden has done. Let's mention India, because they're one of the big players as well. You know, a really difficult country to manage, over 1 billion people in a democracy. But they have real ambition. So they're looking to get to 50% renewables by 2030. Yeah? I mean, they have a target, I think it's still that they said they would get to net zero by 2070. I don't believe that, because the economics will just dictate that they move much faster than that. So they really are focused on this, and it benefits their population. You reduce, in fact, the driver is air pollution. You reduce air pollution issues, the population benefits. And then the real star of the show, it's not often popular to say this, but it's China. You know, we look at how they, of course, are the biggest emitters in the world, of course, have huge fossil fuel investments. But the fact is they invested more in clean tech, in renewables, last year than the rest of the world combined. We hear a lot about petro-states. China is the first electro-state. They're the first one that's gone beyond 25% electricity powered, and most of that coming from renewables. So I remain optimistic, because what innovation does is, you know, we all understand this. You get the cost curves coming down, and at some point the economics and the market just drive the transformation. And we've got to those tipping points on a number of technologies, you know, particularly on the clean tech, the solar, wind, and batteries, and EVs as well, I would say, are past that tipping point. So I'm pretty optimistic, but we have to fight for it. It's not inevitable, and things can go backwards if we don't.
Thank you, Wayne. I think I will open the floor for questions.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
I think it's inspiring, very inspiring. I was listening about amazing case studies you have been showing today, and especially in some of them in circular economy. And sometimes when you talk about the circularity rate in Europe, at least in Portugal, 2.4 to 2.8, 11% or around it in Europe. And what we see today is that it's decreasing in some cases. So what is missing there? Is the speed, is the convergence, as you mentioned? What is missing in order to transform these good case studies in a system? Because in fact, we just have specific case studies,
Yeah.
but the circularity in fact is not increasing as we expect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great question, and you're right. You know, there is a report called the Global Circularity Gap Report, and a few years ago we were about 10% circular globally, which is not great. It means 90% of our economy is take, make, waste. So a long, long way to go. But as you rightly say, the last few years we've been going backwards. We're about 7% circular today. Why is that? It's not that we're doing less on circular economy, it's that consumption is growing faster than our efforts on circularity. It's back to this gap between ambition and the reality. So what needs to change? I think there are a number of things. We definitely still are lacking the policy frameworks that will make it easy, that will incentivize circularity. You know, if you just take one of the biggest problems we have, which is plastics, we're busy negotiating a global plastics treaty at the moment to tackle plastics pollution. But at the moment, the economics are just completely against bio-based, biodegradable, recycled content and recyclable plastics, because it's far cheaper to just use virgin plastic. And why is that? I mean, of course, because we've had 150 years of optimization, economies of scale, but also there are hundreds of millions of euros of subsidies of the fossil fuel industry, which is the basis for the plastics industry. So we do need better policy that changes those incentives, that gives the subsidies to the right players, and the taxes on the wrong players. So that's one thing. I mean, there are some very sort of trivial things that would help a lot. At the moment, in Europe, if you have a waste that you want to turn into a resource, but that processing is done in another country, you often have a problem, because as soon as it's classified as waste, different rules apply, and you can't easily treat it as a resource, as a feedstock. So, you know, these are harmonization things. Really, in Europe, we should be able to get right. So there's that element. And then two more things. I think we have to really make circularity a design principle. The best companies are starting to do that, because we know it's really hard to deal with something, with waste at the end of the life, if it hasn't been designed to be circular. And particularly what we do, as you know, is we mix the biological components with the technical components. We make it really hard to separate those out, and so it all ends up either being burnt or sent to landfill. So really pushing and incentivizing design for recyclability, design for circularity, design for repairability. We're starting to get there in Europe with the Right to Repair Act, for example. I think that's the biggest key. And then once you get to the end of that life cycle, I think we just need to invest far more in the infrastructure of how waste then gets collected to be processed. And that's especially the case in non-developed countries, or let's say low-income countries. If you're not able to collect it, to separate it, to get necessary technologies applied to it, of course it's going to just end up in the environment. So big challenges, but it's absolutely a challenge we must crack. There's one there, yes.
For the presentation, and appreciate the poem. My question is, what is the role of, I don't want to use the word coercion, but of forcing some of this through? What I mean by that is, you know, in the environment we suffer from the tragedy of the commons, as it were.
Yeah.
And as it happens in a past life, I worked in the automotive industry. And, you know, back in 2011, 2012, you know, I was in rooms in some of the German car companies where they really dismissed electric. And now today we are where we are, and we're introducing tariffs and all this kind of stuff. And all of this stuff was known. I mean, none of this stuff is caught them by surprise, except maybe the pace of it. But the inevitability was there. But there was no pressure on them to do anything. And in your presentation, there didn't seem to be an element that included pressure, and it's not clear to me how we're going to move some of this if there's no coercion of some kind. So my question is, what is the role of coercion, and how do you see that working out?
Yes, and it's of course linked to what is the role of government, especially. That's not the only form of coercion, but that is, you know, the strongest lever we have to pull. I'm a great believer that we need stronger government rather than weaker government on this. We've had an experiment the last 50 years, particularly in the West, of deregulation. We bought into the ideology coming out of America of neoliberal economics, leave the market to do its thing, small government, you know, don't interfere. Of course, it's coming back, or it's being fought for right now in the election, that idea of just, you know, hands off of business. And it's been a complete failure from a sustainability point of view. So what we need is government prepared to, in some cases, ban things that we know are just something we have to phase out. Would we have had the growth in electric vehicles, which, by the way, is going like a rocket, if there hadn't been countries and cities stepping up and saying, we're going to ban fossil fuel cars, in some cases, like Norway, as early as 2025, in the UK 2030, and Europe 2035. I mean, that just creates a very strong market signal, and then companies adapt, they innovate. Would we have had the movement we've had on plastics without countries, often where you wouldn't expect it, like Rwanda, banning plastic bags? Probably not. You know, so I do think there is a role for strong legislation, but the role is to help the market to correct itself, not to try to tell the market what to do. The difference between bad policy and good policy is that bad policy, gets into the details and picks a particular technology and says, we're going to, force business to use that one. Good policy sets the end goal and says what we need is an environment with zero toxicity, or plastics that are fully biodegradable, or net zero on carbon, and this is when we need it by when, and then leaves it up to the market, which has got that strong signal to adapt, to innovate, and then to scale. So the short answer is I do think we need more of that kind of pressure. Even though business doesn't like it, of course they often don't. But if we give business enough time to make that adaptation, then I think it is the best for everyone. I would just say, of course, though, that government isn't the only pressure. I'm a great believer in social movements. They're ultimately the ones that would put the pressure on the government and on business. Too often today, business is too close to government. We get that kind of negative lobbying by big companies to slow legislation. We even, in some cases, get state capture by companies. So we need civil society to keep both government and business honest and to keep the pressure up as well.
I think we have one more.
Hello. First of all, congratulations. Very insightful. It shows years of thinking and experience. Philosophy, I would say. When you said that sustainability is not enough, and there was a dialogue here on this, isn't it because also the do less bad, the small steps is not sustainability? So, meaning it's steps towards, but there is no definition of sustainability on one side. So the boundaries, the limits are not understood. On the other side, we see regeneration and restoration, and we wonder if many times businesses are doing very specific experiments, and then they say, I'm regenerative because I'm doing this and that with some ingredients in food, for example, some regenerative agriculture. But the point is, a regenerative business is something very, very demanding, right? And I take this to the point so that maybe there is not a sequence. There are things that need to go in parallel, and some system, scientific definition needs to happen. And what I ask you from your experience on all this is whether you see boards, in an important way, not some extraordinary examples, well prepared with the knowledge that is required to pilot and to enable all the leadership throughout all the organization, as you say.
Yeah, it's a good observation, and I think most boards are not ready. They're not understanding even fully what sustainability is, and certainly not understanding regeneration. So we do, this is a journey, that's for sure. And of course, getting to regeneration is itself a journey of reducing your negative impact, getting to net zero, and then also having positive impact. We constantly have to guard against greenwashing, and greenwashing can manifest as, I've got a wonderful project over here that is very regenerative, but most of my business, by the way, is exploitative and extractive and degenerative. So regeneration has to be tested by whether the system you're part of is flourishing or not, is getting better or not, and it's a direction of travel. Companies find it a bit scary because it sounds like an ideal, it sounds like a utopia, and it's, sounds impossible to get there. But it's a direction of travel. And it's a recognition that we have done a lot of damage, and so at the same time that we're trying to slow the damage, we can already do things to repair and restore the damage in certain areas. But it's back to what I was saying, that you design differently if you have a different end goal in mind. And what most companies and boards have been doing is bringing on sustainability, triple bottom line, and just tackling it like a management agenda where if I'm doing something in the social side, if I'm doing something on environment, if you're coming with a financial perspective, if I'm doing something on governance, then I'm doing sustainability. And that's what's not working. And that's just why we need to continue to challenge that.
Let me underline the need to have an end goal.
Exactly, a very ambitious end goal. I mean, you know, there's that saying, if you aim for the stars, you might hit the moon, right? So we need to aim very high, and we won't get there exactly, but we will get closer than if we aim low. And at the moment, we've been aiming for the moon and not getting off the ground. So, you know, I think we need to be more ambitious.
So we will close. Thank you, Wayne, for so many insights and inspiring ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Wayne Visser and João Torres. Thank you so much. While exchanging a little bit the floor, and since we've received some questions about our post-graduation we are having on sustainability and regeneration, let me tell you that it will, the second edition will be on January 2nd, the third, second. Second edition will begin in January 2025. If you want to know more about it, please try to read the QR reader. And I'm asking the first roundtable to start. We will have now the first of two roundtables on industry. For the first roundtable, we will have Luís Rocharte as moderator. Luís Rocharte is a member of our Insure.hub team. And then we will have from Altri, Gabriel Souza, from Greenvolt, João Mansoneto, and from Mota-Engil, Inês Mota. Thank you all for being here.
Personal presentations or corporate presentation, because each of one of our participants will be presenting, introducing their own companies. I will go through right away to our speaks, and then the order that I have set up for this, it will be for the youngest company. And then I ask João Mansoneto to start your presentation, please.
See? Okay, better. So let's see. Briefly, my objective of my first approach would be just to give you a brief overview about what is Greenvolt. It's a company which was created rather recently, as it is today. It was created in 2021. A renewables company with a business model very clearly focused in 3 business lines. One is the biomass, which was a traditional and historical one. Second one, big projects of wind and solar. And third is the decentralized generation, energy communities, all this. Obviously, by definition, sustainability is core. It was part of the core business. And I would say that a company being renewables, the E, environmental, will be more or less solved. The governance is not necessary to invent the wheel. It's really to have a sensible and professional way of governing the company with the right, making the right balance between ability to decide on spot, on decision, with the balances between in terms of control, so it's not an issue. And the third one, which is the second, normally the social, is something which is more tricky, because it's everybody says about social, but very often the social is very shy, or sometimes people mix social with charity. And if social is charity, it's not sustainable, because charity is done once, it's not done more than once. So, in terms of sustainability, our approach was very clear, implementing government's model according to the best practice. Being renewables, it's almost by definition, we are on the right side of the equation. In terms of social, we had been developing the model, and that not wanted to speak about everything. I just wanted to say that in this moment, there are 2 issues which are for us paramount. One is health and safety. If you are not efficient in the way we treat the people who work with us, we are not sustainable. Something different from a zero accident policy is not compliant with ESG. The second one is to have the ability to transform a social impact in the business. Let me explain about this. If, as I was telling, if I try to do social, giving with grants, with giving gifts, we do 1 or 2. We are not able to scale it up. What we have been designing in terms of Greenvolt is to be able to create concepts in which we are sustainable, we create a social positive impact near where we are, but at the same time generating a profit. An example is very clear, the energy communities, in which, using the arbitrage of the electricity price, we can install panels or batteries in a certain place. We have our own profit, normal profit. We decrease the cost of the tenant, and at the same time, this is able to create positive impact social in the network. We have spoken very often about kindergarten in Cascais, which is very clear, complying with this. And this is replicable. So we have been being able to do this. One thing which is important, to be ESG compliant, we don't need to be an I&D company. We are not. We don't have expertise to make investigation. What we should and we try to do is to innovate, not inventing new machines or new softwares, but being able to use the best practices in innovative business models. This is what we've been doing since 2021. Question that I think it's important to say is, we began to be a listed company. We are still technically, but we are going to cease to be. How is it sustainable to move from a listed company with thousands of shareholders to a private company owned by an international, in this case, American investment fund? Is this sustainable? let's see, we speak normally when we speak about sustainability, we speak about ESG, environmental, social, and governance, which are important. But behind the three pillars of the sustainability, there is a fourth pillar, which is called financial sustainability. And let's see, if somebody says that a company can be sustainable, not being financially sustainable, either it's ignorant or it's lying. And in our business model is very, very capital intensive. Just for you to have an idea, 1 megawatt of biomass requires a capex of 4.5 million euros. If it's wind, 1.2, 1.3, solar 0.7. So it's very capital intensive. We were very successful in raising funds during all these years. We make 2 capital increases in Portugal, 250 million. We issued retail bonds, 350 million. We have very strong relations with local Portuguese and Spanish bank. Question is this enough? It's a lot of money, but it's not enough for a company with our ambitions and our flexibility. So to be sustainable financially, we have to adjust our financial model. And this is what happened. So because they liked the story, the management of the company until now, so the KKR was interested, the shareholders understood that it was important to change the financial pillar of sustainability, and the transaction was done, as you know, last week. It was concluded a tender offer, and now and the company will cease to be public. But again, if you want to be sustainable, we cannot just think about ESG. And the problem very often is that people look at ESG as something sexy. It's not. ESG is very important, but behind ESG is
João, 3 minutes
the
for
finance.
the 10.
Okay, so not less than 3 minutes. This is what I would like to tell you. For us, Greenvolt, very important. Being transforming to be a private company for the moment is not going to change the ESG, strictly sense. We'll continue like the same way, trying to be innovative, but on the other hand, the financial will be strengthened. So, just this.
Okay, thank you very much, João, for your starting point in the organization. We had a CEO, the perspective of a CEO, and now we will move for a perspective of an innovation leader or head or responsible for that. And I ask Gabriel for their presentation.
Maybe I'll stand.
Yeah, okay, as you wish.
So thank you very much for having me here. I have a challenge, which is a time challenge.
Yeah.
And
And I'm the timekeeper.
My first intention is really to show you a bit about what Altri is and how we can relate innovation, sustainability, and growth, because these are 3 important words, very complex, so therefore the challenge. So understanding first where we come from, because sometimes it's not easy to explain what Altri is, even for Portugal. Probably a lot of the Portuguese people around here do not know, but Altri is one of the largest companies in Portugal. Probably the reason why people don't know who we are and what we do is because we're basically an industrial company. So we're a B2B company. We don't sell products to the end consumer, and for that reason, sometimes more difficult for people to know what to do about it. But if we take about the simplified version of what we do, people will start to realize that we are part of our daily lives in a manner that probably you would not know. So we take forest plantations that take wood as our main raw material, and basically what we do, we purify wood to its intrinsic value of the cellulosic fiber that we can find at wood. And these cellulosic fibers, that's the center image that you have there, is basically the raw material for a lot of the products that we can find in nowadays lives. So people start to think about us as a paper producer. We're not a paper producer. We just produce the raw material that's necessary for paper production, but not only paper production. So paper production is that people understand better. With tissue, packaging, paper, of course, always those applications that people know about. But we also sell products, for instance, for the textile. And we already heard from the previous presentation that polyester is a fossil-based textile fiber. Our products is the raw material for the production of sustainable biodegradable fibers for instance, lyocell, and I'll talk a bit more about that. So a lot of the products that you find here, so for instance, also curiosity, sausage skins. People might not know of, but sausage skins are made of cellulose fibers, and we sell cellulose fibers for the production of these sausage casings. Sponges, things like acetates and filters acetates. So there's a lot of products where our industry belongs, and we are in close contact with the end consumer, even though we're an industrial company. So we export a lot of our pulp products all around the world. So of course, we're mainly producing in Portugal. We sell it from Portugal to Europe, to Africa, and to China. Probably people don't know about as well. We are the largest exporter to China in terms of value from Portugal. And that's related to our product that we produce at Keynote for textile fiber applications. In terms of our industrial footprint, so we have production in Portugal. We have 3 main sites in the center of Portugal, so Selby, Biotech, and Keynote. So that's the center of Portugal where our industrial assets belong. And they sit nicely into the forest plantations in the middle of the country. And of course, our main raw material is wood. And of course, we utilize wood is certified from FSC and PFSC. Typically, we use eucalyptus plantations for producing our pulp. But because of our activities mostly forest-driven, we also foster the exploitation of conservation areas. So we also try to bring the natural forest that we have in Portugal, and we try to do that even more as we move along. So natural woods, cork, oak, all of the other species that you can find in Portugal, we can also try to push them forward. So that's where we are, and in terms of the sustainability practices, I will not dwell in too much on our sustainable development goals because my focus is to show some of the cases that we're working on, but of course we have those. We have been implementing those at least since the last 5 years, even though the company, because of its line of business on the renewable side, pushing the sustainability agenda as well. So we have forests, we have people, we have, of course, technology, innovation, and we have, of course, other topics revolving circularity that goes along with that. Just to state that, of course, also mentioned, companies are not perfect. We're trying to do our best in trying to implement the sustainability agenda, and this is an evolving agenda, and we're learning as we progress. But as far as we are in terms of assessment from external entities, I think we believe we're on the right path. So the latest classification coming from Sustainalytics in terms of the cluster of pulp and paper companies, we're now ranked the top sustainable company in the world. So that means that if you compare to North American companies, South American companies, Nordic companies, and even Asian companies that are the references in terms of production of this type of products, we rank the first, and we try to keep on that direction as well. In practice, sustainability means a lot of things. We have, of course, based on forest plantations, and forest is our main ground for production of raw materials. We have a lot of initiatives going on Altri's diversity program, which is the name of the program for forestry conservation and forestry sustainability. So beyond the plantations that we need for the raw materials, we're also trying to improve the origin of the wood in terms of being more certified, but also trying to increase the areas of conservation. So we manage around 90,000 hectares of forest plantations for production purposes, but we also have already 10,000 hectares just for conservation purposes, and our intended goal is to double that until 2030. Another example of sustainability and relates to our industrial practice, renewable energy is of paramount importance. We use a lot of energy, but we, in terms of the group, have 94% of the primary energy that we use comes from renewable sources. And we have a latest investment in one of our mills, which is the mill Kaima, where we now are fueled by 100% of primary energy from renewable sources. And that's investment on the biomass boiler that we have. Sure. So now coming from the last topic, which is innovation and how that relates to sustainability. And when I was reflecting for this presentation, and I'm reading this book, so I kind of fit it nicely in this presentation, which is Growth from Daniel Susskind. I don't know if you have read about it, but I would encourage you to do so. I don't agree with everything was on it, but I think it's interesting in terms of the reflection for the upcoming future. So basically, he reflects about how economical growth in the last 50, 100 years has pushed it in the progress and has come a lot with a lot of benefits. But of course, at the same time, came with a lot of costs, and we already heard about the environmental costs. And now he argues that there's two extreme visions of what the future could be. So either we focus on the benefits and keep pushing on the economical growth that we have had since the last 50 years, which is as is growth, or there's the opposite line of the direction, which is basically, okay, let's not focus on the benefits, let's focus on decreasing costs. And that means degrowth of the economy. But this assumes that growth and, so economical growth and environmental costs, they're linked together. But that cannot be the case, and we need to be a bit more innovative. So we need to decouple economical growth from the impacts on the environmental costs. And to do that, basically, he names it, and I agree with that, we need to focus on green growth. So growth that does not have environmental impact. And the way to do that is to look at technological innovation. So a couple of examples before I finish off with the things that we're actually doing right now. So Altri, being a pulp producer, cellulose pulp producer, is already looking into integration into sustainable textile fibers. And we're talking about using cellulose, which is a biodegradable material, producing a biodegradable textile fiber that we can use, we can recycle. And on top of that, we could even envisage a time where we can use recycled cellulose, recycled cotton, or recycled lyocell fibers, which is the fibers that we're trying to produce. So we have projects ongoing in that direction. We're making partnerships with a lot of technology centers to do just that. Also, water footprint. The industry uses water, and we use water, and we have always had a priority to minimize the water footprint on our mills. So that you know, Altri Group is the total world benchmark in terms of water usage. So we're better than the Nordics, better than Americans. We are the top #1 company in the world that uses less water for producing our pulp. 2 more slides. Producing more, same with less. So a lot of example of circularity. Raw material is wood. There's waste producing in our mills. We try to use the waste that we produce in our mills and try to recirculate it back to our systems in order to minimize the use of resources, in this case, roundwood. Another investment that we've done. Producing more value with the same inputs. Another example of circularity. We have side streams, chemical side streams that we can find in our mills. So these are 2 examples, acetic acid and furfural. We're trying to extract those from our side streams instead of treating them in an effluent plant. And by doing that, minimizing the environmental impact, but also increasing the economical value of our streams. Finally, just last slide, I'm just going to the last one. Also in a reflection, going forward for the opportunities, and this is a question mark. We don't know if this is an opportunity, it depends on the technology innovation, depends on the economical part as well, which is carbon dioxide. Basically, if we simplify our problem, global warming relates to the high concentration of carbon dioxide. Talking about direct air carbon capture, which is basically capturing carbon from the atmosphere, we have the best technology already for capturing carbon, which is the forest, right? So we are forest producers, so we have the forest to capture that carbon. But also we have the pulp mills. So the industrial component where we can concentrate that carbon in our mills so that we can actually capture in a more effective way. And if we capture the carbon in a more effective way, then we can link it back to the renewables, to the green hydrogen that comes along with it, and with that, we can also envisage a world where it could produce more value, either being that with e-fuels, being that with green chemicals, or novel applications altogether. Would that be the future that we can harvest? We don't know. We're looking at it, and I think is a very compelling case to look for the future. So with that in line, thank you for the time tolerance.
And then I ask Inês, the head of sustainability of Mota-Engil, the not so young family here in Spanish.
Obrigada. Hi, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity of being here talking to you about Mota-Engil. I start with not with our purpose, but what's greater than our purpose, which is basically the end and conclusion, which is that we have to do more and need more people than ourselves to achieve what we need. And therefore, our purpose that guides us is greater than our whole. This came from a realignment of the company with its previous purpose, and it concluded on that our legacy inspires and commits us to build a better world, which is better world, of course, has a lot to do with a regenerative business, but we are not there yet, and I will, at the end, find our best examples and our difficulties on reaching that. But our conclusion is this, that our purpose and our work has to be greater than ourselves. Mas não estou conseguindo mudar. Oh, here. So a little bit of ourselves. We were founded 78 years ago. We started in Angola, in the African continent. We are still there for 78 years. We came back to Portugal after our African. We've remained in Africa, in Angola. Our first international experience was going back to our own country, which is our entrepreneurs' own country, which was Portugal. We never left there. It's some common ground. We had our first PPP, and we opened our future as an infrastructure developer and a manager other than construction. That's why 94 was important. In 2000, we had our we joined. We had a takeover of Engil, and we had a fusion of both countries. That made us the largest company in Portugal, the construction group in Portugal. Our main focus of internationalization is Latin America and Africa. We have reached this. We are a leader in Portugal. We've reached top 15th position in business in Europe, top 10 in Africa, and top 5 in Latin America. And we currently have 54,000 employees working for us in 20 countries. Oh, sorry about that. So our business areas are engineering, construction, industrial services, environment. We have other services that we are especially new one, concessions, infrastructural management, Mota-Engil Active, and energy in renewing its mobility, its renewable mobility, sustainable mobility, energy, concessions, and a new vehicle for transformation and innovation called Mota-Engil Next. So I'm going to focus, it's important to see the Mota-Engil's present. What makes us different as a Portuguese construction company is that we are a European company, as we are in the stock market, Lisbon stock market, but our operation is mainly in Africa and Latin America and many developing countries. Sorry. So, the importance of social in our sustainability, I think I skipped one, no. There's the importance of social in our sustainable path was it's very important. We have contributed to the communities ourselves, our purpose was being in the developing of African countries. The S is the main part. We have 2 foundations. We have several initiatives developing within the country to develop the community we are inside. We do, part of our purpose is that we are committed to partnerships within the community, within our clients, within governments too. And that's part of, I think it's the part of the success for being here for 78 years. And our sustainable, that was the previous slide I said I skipped. This is our ESG path. Actually, our first step was joining BCSD, and Luis Rochard is very happy for that, as you know. It was in his presence that we joined. We had our first report in 2006. 2008, it was the establishment of our first monument on the Mota Foundation. The first sustainability report, as it was mentioned in legislation, was there. But I think the main step was the launch of the sustainability reaching the strategy in 2021, and we ended with a publication of roadmap that actually nowadays it's being revised. So the main point of this is it was various stages of sustainability, and we haven't reached there. And I think no one will ever reach truly sustainability, as sustainability is more demanding every year and every part. So this is just part of the ESG path, and this makes our milestones. So I'm skipping to the important part. The need and the weight of our sectors, and this is our carbon footprint. We have a very big carbon footprint. We have a reduction commitment to 40%, and actually we are managing it every year, but with our growth we are it's impossible, I'm the girl. No, joking. Okay, I'm going to just put a path. We are increasing, but our intensity is decreasing. And what that means is that we need to find new ways to grow. And to manage. So there's no need to find the importance of the construction sector, as it is the basic form of the economic. We are previously there to build new factories, to build homes, to build hospitals, and here to develop countries. The infrastructural system, the baseline of a community also starts with the construction, with infrastructure as we know it. But we are responsible, directly and indirectly, for 37% of the world emissions. This is considering the final use of the product, the materials it's used in construction, It's not directly the constructor, but it's all the value chain. And here also one of the main, as you saw in the previous, is the methane. It's the methane that reaches it's produced in the waste during treatment or untreatment. But also, this is a Guardian made it earlier this year, a Guardian news, and these examples that waste treatment, it's a necessary evil because we are much needed. And our countries are in this position where we are. So fortunately, for us, there's a lot to do. Unfortunately, not everything is in favor, and I'm going to talk everything about. This is our common part of our value chain. There's an owner, a developer, financial constructor, promoter, and client. We need to reach that kind of development which restores nature, creates social change, and has sustainable business, business with a profit and with a sustainable profit. And as you see, construction, it's in the middle. It's a woman on purpose. And we are here. This is our main challenge. How to take all these people, all the systems with us so that everything works in a common, we need systemic change. 10 minutes, really? This is the good part. 1 minute. Okay, so this is practical examples of change that we have. We have still a lot of work to do. Well, I'm going to talk about a new business area, which is Mamaland. It's all about recovery of local species, forests, recovery of forest, ecological agroforest, food and raw materials. We need the social, educate for sustainability and preserve natural, and how we do that. We have 3 more points: forest conservation, reforestation, afforestation, and today we have cook-stoves. More exactly. Today we have 2.5 million hectares of land to reforest and a potential of 100 million tons of CO2 capture. And that's our business moment. Our current business on operation is rare in Angola, which is ancient farm, or how do you say it? An ancient property, a ancient estate with 50,000 hectares that was deforested in the 70s. Now we are preserving the Mayambi forest and reforesting those 50, part of it with a buffer area to preserve the forest, and making agroforestry of cocoa production that was introduced in Africa 70 years, but not invasive. So, more Malawi, we have today a concession of 555,000 hectares. As you know, Malawi has a deforestation problem with the company, and the degraded lands has caused a lot of landslides and has affected the population very much. So we need to restore, and we are making business on the restoration. Fire, the cook stoves, as you might know, actually I'm an environmental engineer. One of my teachers always said that poverty was the main ecology teachers was the main source of deforestation. Actually is because people not having a living plan do in a survival, they do support themselves on nature, and so deforestation is a cause of poverty. So in Malawi we did. Let me see, I have some. Okay, I'll stay with the first one.
We'll go through.
Okay.
Much. on your talk. I have made my declaration of interest before I started because I worked for a long time ago with Altri, but to Kaima, to be precisely. I'm actually working with Mota-Engil, and I promise that I will apply for Greenvolt as soon as possible, just to level the playing field. João, as you start discussing the issue of how is important for your business model and the development of the company, the sustainability. Can you explain a little bit more about investors, about markets, about what is happening with your company?
So, as I was saying before, sustainability is not a nice to have. It's something which is really critical, and the trend is on that direction. Just speak about three kinds of stakeholders. First of them is clearly the insurance company, which is not obvious, but more and more. The insurance companies tend to at least increase the prices or not do it if a company does not have environmentally good practices. This is very clear. The banks tend to introduce in their rating and criteria more and more sustainable criteria. And this is and the more the banking industry is concentrated, which is a risk that all of us which are in companies face, more important is to have a rating. As you know, the banks have limits and exposures. They cannot lend more than X, and if a company is sustainable, goes to a certain basket. If it's not, goes to the other, smaller. So again, finally, in what concerns capital markets, I would say, besides the funds who only look at ESG more and more, even normal ones want to do this. So I would say that a company which is not sustainable in these three areas, it's very important. But it's not just going to say it is. The investors ask for very specific reasons. It's not just putting there a PowerPoint saying, yes, we are sustainable. No, we have the rating agencies. Some of them were shown before. We also have several ratings in very well. But you have to prove what we are doing. For instance, one thing which is rather interesting is when you speak about renewables, as you know, solar is, it was referred before, tends to be one of the main ones. And they say, well, it's very nice, they're going to not generate CO2, but where are you buying the panels? How are you sure that not you, but your suppliers don't comply with this? And this creates this very important challenge because, let's see, for a company like us, it's not possible to go directly to see if Chinese supplier X or European who generates and produce in Africa, if it complies. So I would raise the question, I would like to highlight the point that having international organizations who make this kind of global analysis of the quality of the suppliers is very important. We cannot, I would say it's completely realistic that alone we can make a deep and accurate flow and analysis of all the suppliers. We can do it for these Portuguese companies who are suppliers nearby, but if you are international market with acquisitions and all this, it's really very important that those organizations exist. If they don't, I would say it's totally impossible. And, so could speak about this very often, but idea is not a nice to have, is a must be. Must be. Okay.
Okay. Gabriel, how your activity in innovation, how important is sustainability or not? Or you don't see it, don't look at anything on sustainability?
Hopefully I expressed in my short presentation that in fact it is important. Like I said, I think that sustainability cannot be empty words as the end goal. And now we're talking about sustainability and regenerative, so it's a bit more than that. But I think that innovation, regardless of what type of innovation we're talking about, is paramount here because if we want to address some of the sustainability challenges that we have at our hand, then we need to delve into that. And in my function, I'm used to say that I have the fun part of that, which is trying to play around what technology there is to address some of the challenges that we face from the sustainability perspective. Examples I mentioned about water footprint is something that our people in our industrial facilities are studying, developing new ways to look at the same problem in order to decrease the water footprint of our mills. And that comes with innovation from the technology, but also from the processes that we have. So it also requires a lot of brain power. Sometimes you don't need technology per se to address that. Another challenge that we face, and that technology is a way to respond to that, is decarbonization. So already show the examples of how can we increase the renewables in our primary energy basket so that we can have a lower footprint in terms of CO2 for that matter. And of course, another example is the circularity. And of course, here circularity can mean a lot of new things, but kind of building on the example that I gave about producing the same with less, in a way that we had a waste, which is waste of wood in our mills, which is something, inefficiencies that happened. We had that challenge, and the way to address that challenge, we figure out, is through technology. There were old technologies, old ways to look at that process, and we challenged some technology suppliers, or we challenged our team so that we could work together in order to implement a new technology. And the technology that I show you is a prototype worldwide, so it's the first type implemented in a mill in the world, and implemented in a different way as well. So the process in which we did also is a novel way to do it. So to the extent technology innovation is paramount, and I would say that sustainability without innovation is nothing. Probably the opposite as well. But for sure, we need to be open to combine different ways of thinking so that we can create new solutions, being that process-wise, being that technology-wise.
Okay, thank you very much. Inês, you have started unveiling what is now the understanding of Mota-Engil about the responsibility and how you need to deal with the future. Until the pain of the neck of the moderator didn't allow you to proceed, but
yes.
what are the future, or how you foresee the future regarding this type of other activities, not the core activities of a group like Mota-Engil that you are starting engaging? Some you are already engaging, but you will be engaging for sure in the future.
As Altri, Mota-Engil is now focused in innovation, and those innovations are focused in sustainable materials in our materiality, because it's important to focus on our most impact. Construction, as I said, is a very impactful, positive and negative, with both, with a very strong positive social impact, can be also negative, and a very strong impact on the environment. But what we are positioning is in innovation to decrease in materials and in new business areas like Mammalian. This is a Max project. So we are doing different innovation of business areas and our innovative and business models and innovative procedures and technology. The other phase is the importance of value chain. When you control value chain, it's very important. So there's also a very good, we have a real estate developer within the company. He's doing the slaughterhouse in the old slaughterhouse in Porto, and that is also LEED Gold, but has already concepts of regenerative as combining the nature and the green spaces within with a restorative and new native species. We are already, the design has already promoted renewable generation of energy, the natural aeration, and contact, the involvement of the community. The spaces are versatile, so there's also it's also developed a new the project develop a new will be a new cultural hub, bringing the society and the local community within itself. So has already has some concepts of it. Also, it has circular materials. We restored the wood that was in the infrastructure. A lot of circularity. Some materials were back into the old. The waste was already within we used a lot of the old materials that were in the buildings. So we are developing. There's still a lot to do, of course. The concept of waste management is not a concept of circularity. One other example that I was going to do, and this is a very important, is the bio-waste that now we're talking about Portugal. We are dependent of so many people, from yourselves at home, the Portuguese community, the Portuguese citizens. It works well when you separate, when you work with the communities as the local autarky, the municipality, if they are willing to explore, and also the public government and the regulating entities. They do not always work towards the same goal, and it's imperative that your act goes and your legislative follows your goal or your said goal. It needs to be cohesive, coherent, and we are dependent on that to make successful improvement.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I will hand over for the audience and then some burning questions when it's already here. I ask you, and I know Antonio, to be short on your question.
Very quickly. First of all, Mr. Manso, thanks to all of you for the presentations. Quite on time. Mr. Manso, this is very interesting what you said, that business is not there in ESG, that economics are not there, financials are not there, which is very, very interesting. I ask you, how do you manage at the top management with the sustainability equation if ESG does not include what you consider the core of the business?
Let's see, perhaps I misexplained me. ESG is there, but ESG without the F, which is the financial strength, does not exist. That's it. What I'm saying is that I'm saying basically two things. ESG should not be seen as something against the business. For us, the environmental is not normal. Is normal. The G has no cost material. What the challenge here is to make the S not an initiative, one-off, not a cost that I have to incur to do a business, should be looked at as something which is profitable. The example I gave you, I could give you other examples. But this has nothing to do with technological innovation. It has to do with innovation in terms of the business model. So our challenge really is to be able to transform the obligation, which is to comply with ESG, into a business. Because doing like this, you are at the same time reinforcing the fourth pillar of innovation, of sustainability, which is the financial. Let's see, a company which is not financially sustainable does not exist. So we cannot just say, it's very good in SG, fantastic ratings. And what about the great ratings? No, they are poor. This does not exist. Because if they are poor, the great ratings, the company will not be here tomorrow, So sustainability in particular, that would not exist. And this is the point that I would like to raise.
Let me stress that I fully agree with you, so it's not to say something opposite. So only very quick question. You are a top one, first of all, congratulations, you are a top 1% platinum Altri in EcoVadis. Isn't it some risk that you believe that all is done?
I don't think we incur in that risk. First of all, because of the DNA of the company, and if people know a bit about the origin of the company, is always very fast-moving, innovative company. So I think that's that side of the culture that will not let us to be, on a safeguard. At the same time, the world is not stopping. So this is relative performance against other companies, and other companies are working as well on this topic. So if they're moving forward as well, we cannot be left behind. And this is also an important competitiveness factor that we have in our industry, and we feel that already in relation to our clients. So some of our clients, when they're buying our products, they want to know our rankings, they want to know our ESG practices. So they classify their suppliers, in their case us, in terms of their practices. So I think because of the competition that we have on the market, and there's a cutthroat competition out there in the market, we cannot be standing still. And that's why we developed the Sustainable Development Goals with the 2030 goals, which they're quite ambitious. I would encourage you to read our sustainability report in regards to that. And so they kind of push us forward in terms of developing new ways of thinking. And I think that, of course, there's a risk of some of these things that are very challenging. Probably we don't know the full answers yet, how to achieve those goals. But again, that's the ambition, shooting for the stars and trying to reach for the moon. And I honestly believe that we're on the right path. Again, we're not perfect. We are exploring different options. Some of the options we explore, sometimes they go to dead end, but a few others are solutions for the challenges that we face. So, answered directly, I don't think that will risk something, of course, we need to be keeping an eye on.
Okay. Any other question? And then, please.
This is a question that I have. It can be answered for anyone, but probably Jeanette that referred more explicitly to the financials of sustainability. I was thinking, and I was linking the presentations that you did together with the previous presentation that we have from Professor Wayne Visser, and I was thinking that how can we close this gap? Because in fact, what we refer to as the normal way of doing business and the financial of things is in part full of negative externalities that we have built and accumulated over time. Because sometimes the cost of productions exceed the costs that are recognized in terms of economic factors. And so the challenge that we have today, in reality, might be much bigger than the one that we are able or available to recognize. How do you think that we as a society, as a community, the leaders, even the policies might help us go this way and close the gap that we have, so that the F is added to the ESG without losing this ability to correct what is behind. Because we know that if we are not able to accelerate, if we are not able to create the kind of a moonshot, that is I like this expression from President Kennedy when he announced the NASA program.
Thank you.
How can we do this.
Inês,
Thank you.
can you start?
Yes, I think there's a great shift that we need to do in society, which is thinking of the short-term profit instead of value. And all the economy is thinking about profit and not value. And as a consumer, people are also thinking about the gain, the quick gain, instead of value. And so I think that's the main difference. And we actually have good examples at Mota-Engil. As you know, it's a very competitive business, and everyone is in business in construction. And there's many. We have gained a lot of work maintaining our values straight, our core values, because someone decided that wanted to spend less now and not thinking of the value tomorrow. And we regained a lot of customers, and we got loyal that now do not think about, well, I want to spend the less. No, I want something that will last and would have great quality. And in many buildings, quality gets, not having quality gets in the life cycle to be more expensive than that. And that's sustainability. In the end, you, the client, what the client and the whole society needs to recognize value and not expense and money as the only
Okay,
value.
thank you very much. As we have already gone through our time, then you can take care on this discussion on our coffee break that we'll have right away. Please thank you, our invitees. It was wonderful. Thank you very much.
So please, we'll try to be back at 5:10. Thank you. As promised, we will now have the second roundtable on leading towards a generative industry. So I have the great pleasure to call Manuela Pintado, co-leader of Insure.hub, as you know, as well as Rodrigo Ribeiro from Soja de Portugal, Marlos Silva from Sonai MC, and Graça Borges from Bock Group. Thank you so much.
Is working now? Yeah. Can you hear? Yeah. So, thank you for staying with us. I hope you can stay until end of the day. So it's a very important for us. And now, as you could see, now we move to the food sector or the food system, if you can say that. So it's really a pleasure for me to be with these three colleagues and Super Bock, Sonai, and Grupo Soja. It's a very important topic today and for future in terms of sustainability of the agro-food system. So we need to rethink. I think we need to regenerate a lot. And here today, I think these companies are explaining us what are they doing with this regeneration and especially sustainability. So just a brief, I remember that in 1993, the agro-food or the 80s, we were discussing about the food safety, everyone was concerned. 1993, European Commission implement HACCP with some of the rules, and now no consumer is thinking about if it's safe or not, because it's assumed that. So can you think about the same process for sustainability? Can you think that in 5-6 years we have also our food system already in a traceability capacity that you can also guarantee that to our consumers? Is what you hope to understand now with our discussion. And I think we should move forward, because I'll try to make also this strong voice and try to control the time, Luis, because I'm not so good on that. But now I would start inviting Graça to present what are they doing in Super Bock Group. And thank you.
Okay. Some people asked me to bring my best smile today, so that's what I'm going to do, at least share what Super Bock has been doing on this journey with you, so bear with me. And to start with, I have to say that, in fact, if there's one thing that, at least one thing that you should remember from my presentation is that Super Bock Group is not just a brewery. It's not just a super brand, a Super Bock brand. But in fact, yes, we are the biggest beverage company in Portugal. We operate in 5 categories, 30 brands. We have 5 factories spread all over the country. And we have been investing a lot in innovation as part of our, I would say, daily life. Yet what you probably don't know is that we also have a malt plant in the south of the country, in Poceirão, where currently there is the biggest cork tree area in Europe. And basically this plant, what does is that deals with the local farmers, so in Ribatejo and Alentejo, that are producing a barley that then is transformed into malt that goes after into the production of beer. And also we have an operation in the tourism, in fact 2 units. And these 2 units, Vidago and Pedras Salgadas Spa Natural Park, it's really 2 units that really live the community and live with the natural surroundings. So if there was no community or the natural surroundings, these tourism units didn't make sense. So the idea that we are more than a brewery and more than a brand. And also I wanted to share briefly that, showing this timetable, that this company has a legacy of more than 130 years. And this legacy began with the joint venture of 7 microbreweries that decided to join efforts and start a project not for them, not for their sons, but for their grandsons and after. And that's why the company still exists, with the focus on quality, and a strong focus on corporate social responsibility that I'm trying to show here in this slide, but as well a focus on innovation. And the company has evolved through innovation, not forgetting that the natural resources were always something that was quite shared by the owners of the company. So using natural resources, but in a wise and efficient way. But that's about the past. Now let me take you through the last 3 years. And in the last 3 years, what we have done inside the company with my colleagues was really to find out a kind of a logo that will express this legacy, but also what we want to bring in the future. And then we wrote a manifesto. And this manifesto, if you go to our brewery here in Lessa do Baldio, you will find in the reception this manifesto. And why we have this? Because we think that this is a way of letting our employees, our partners, and all the stakeholders to understand this legacy and the way we want to move forward. Also, during this period, we have decided to fine-tune. So since the beginning, I would say that we were pretty much focused on these areas, but we fine-tuned these 4 key areas for us. So again, 2 about social responsibility, investing in the communities, investing and making our people prosper and grow, but as well, we are mainly known as a brewery, so we have also a responsibility to promote not just a portfolio of low alcohol or non-alcohol beers, but as well communicating that people should drink in a responsible way. And then 2 other areas more linked with the environment, let's say, and I would show you now that it's not just fine-tuning these 4 areas, but as well with a C-level commitment defining the goals and the ambition that we have for each and every one of these. I will probably just focus on our commitment to invest annually 0.6 of our net sales in the community, so a way of giving back, because we believe that prosperous community will also foster the prosperity of Bock Group. And another one regarding water. So even if we have done a huge progress reducing the water we use per liter of beverage we produce, from like 7-8 years ago, or 5 liters, now we are around less than 3 liters. We have the ambition to reach 2, but the most important is that we don't want to stop there. And we are now already with 2 projects where we want to start and learn with experts how we can compensate, how can we work the soils in areas that we have so that the soils are more productive, capture more water. And therefore, if we have water, we will have business. And this 3 years period that I'm talking about also had the need or help, we had the need to look into our supply chain. Not just looking at the area you see there where we have direct operations and the customers, but looking to the entire supply chain. And we have done this with the support of Insure.hub, that together allow us to make a strong analysis about this. And also for the first time in a room here at Católica, we have put all the members of our sustainability committee discussing the challenges, the risks and the opportunities that we could find especially in these 5 key areas of our supply chain. We had an idea that probably we already have, especially in the brewery area, a quite circular business, but we didn't knew how much it was. So we undertook with the circular economy classification of ADEN this score, so nowadays we know that we have a B score in terms of circular economy and concerning this area, energy, water, but as well materials and strategy. But we are not happy just with understanding this. The best part is that we know what to do to improve this classification. And we are doing this in a kind of a continuous journey. So we know that this is some steps that we have done during the 3 years, but we need to speed up and to learn faster in a continuous process along the supply chain, because as someone has already mentioned here, alone we cannot do anything. I cannot finish without saying that we also decided, although if we were during the last 20 years reporting the sustainability achievements under the GRI standards, we have decided voluntarily to do the report this last year under the new European the directive. We have done this not because of compliance and of all the workload, but because we really believe that this is a way for us to commit with our employees first, but as well with all the stakeholders, and therefore in a transparent way we can share where we are and what are the challenges we have ahead. So if we ask where are we on this journey, I will simply say we are there. So we are not yet fully under the no harm area. We are really committed with going ahead and proceed to a restorative and then regenerative way. And this commitment comes mainly for the legacy that we have and we need to honor for the future of this current team that we have, but as well for all the population in Portugal. So in a nutshell, that's what I had to say. Thank you.
For keeping time. Thank you so much. I didn't have to give you messages. So now I would like to move into the still food, more meat, but also animal feeding. I would like to call Rodrigo Ribeiro from Group Soja. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Rodrigo. I will speak to you about the Soja de Portugal Group, which is an agro-feed business. We are more than 80 years, and we were born during the Second World War, when a group of industrial companies in the town of Ovar gathered in order to create some leverage, importing and working on the soy products. Our mission and vision today is to be recognized as a leading agri-feed business group through competitive, innovative and sustainable solutions with a high level of service. Of course, the key drivers, reliability and trust, sustainability, innovation, risk management and operational efficiency through our day-to-day operations. In a nutshell, nowadays, Group Soja de Portugal evolved and we are present in 3 functional areas: animal nutrition, production of poultry meat, and UTS. So, on animal nutrition, we are working on 3 segments: compound and livestock feed for poultry and livestock, through the 3 brands that we have: Soja Gado, Aqua Soja, and Sorgal Pet Food. And these 3 brands or these 3 business areas are all under the Sorgal company. Poultry meat, where we have 2 brands, One is Avicasal, located in São Pedro do Sul, near Viseu, which is the interior part of Portugal. And the other one is Savinor, located in Trofa. On these two business areas, or these two companies, we have our own farms, our own poultry production farms, slaughterhouses. And the difference with Savinor, it has also another business area, which is the one I'm responsible, where we give a second life to animal byproducts. Basically, we proceed to the collection, treatment, and recovery of animal byproducts, where this serves as an ingredient also for the feeds that we produce. Speaking about numbers, I promise I'll be short because the day is long. 245 million in sales, 118 come from animal nutrition, 110 come from poultry meat, 17 came from the UTS, so the rendering part, and our exports are about 25%. Speaking about exports, we are present in more than 20 countries nowadays with more than 2,000 active customers. Of course, that in these customers, in these 20 countries, some of them are spot operations that we do once or twice in a year, and some others we work almost on a daily basis. For our employees, so we have 616 employees, 30% of them are women, and 27% of them are women in leadership positions. This means that they are either responsible for a service, for a line of production, or even a business area. And we count, from our calculations, approximately 1,500 indirect employees, which we count, for example, the poultry farms that work for us on exclusivity, or the maintenance contracts that we have, where people are 100% of their time allocated to our units or our plants. Regarding certifications, since 2021, 100% of our units are certified, all of them. Some of them have 2 or 3 certifications. Basically, it's a seal of good practices and high quality in our food safety that we need. Some of them were pushed by some customers, others are pushed by the industry, and basically they represent a seal of good practices that we have. For you to have an idea, IFS Foods, it's something that it's needed when you work with retailers. GMP Plus, it's a certification regarding the good handling of raw materials that we have, for example, in Savinor. Regarding innovations, we think innovation is one of our strategic priorities. We believe it's also a driving force to stay ahead of the curve. And it helps us also to anticipate some market trends, and we can then propose it to customers. As an example for this commitment to innovation is the Portuguese standard for innovation that you can see on the left of this slide, that we have implemented since 2015. And this gives us a strong framework to ensure our innovation efforts are well coordinated and aligned with the business goals. We also do innovation with partners. So basically, in a resumed way, collaboration is the key. You can go on your own, but it's better if you go with company and with, in this case, knowledge and scientific support on your side. We are present in some food collabs. We are present in some associations. And we work very close with our partners in order to give some scientific support and validation to our innovative products. On the right side of the frame, you can see research scholarships is something we do also since 2014, where we grant scholarships to students in order to develop products. And basically, it's not only necessary to generate knowledge, but we're also betting and training on new talents who will become the future of our sector. Right now, we are in 3 projects for the mobilizing agendas for business innovations. We are in Via Food, which we are also with Sonai, where we are modernizing and increasing the efficiency of our poultry slaughterhouse. In Pacto da Bioeconomia Azul, we are developing some added value nutritional products that we aim to integrate in our feeds. And in the Insectera, we are preparing or formulating new feed solutions with insect proteins. The whole group works with a strong circular economy system. The best example I can give you with this frame is if you take the feed that we produced in Soja de Portugal for our poultry, we grow our chicken, we slaughter them. I know it's not the best example. And from the byproducts, we generate new feed solutions that are incorporated in pet foods, in the fish feed, or can even go again, according to legislation, of course, to our compound feed. The key factor to generate a circular economy in our group is Savinor UTS, where we take not only our byproducts, but we also have contracts with other providers, and we work with other stakeholders to recover fish byproducts, to recover meat byproducts, and also other poultry byproducts. And basically, it allows us to have an efficiency on the resources, lower the carbon footprint, reduce the cost. We have a better quality control, and when you have traceability systems developed as ours, it's very important, and the resource efficiency and the job creation. So this is the key point to connect the other business areas. As for new businesses, and here I'm a suspect person, so we made a project with a competent, so ETSA, it's a competent from Savinor UTS. They do the same thing as us. They also work in the rendering business, but they are also a partner for some projects, or even sometimes a provider for my colleagues in animal nutrition. So we did a test with fish hydrolysate on the pet food formulation with good results, and with the Pacto da Bioeconomia, we're developing with them added value ingredients to insert or to formulate on the fish feed productions. Since 2012, we're issuing each year a sustainability report. I also invite everyone on this room to go through our website, sojadeportugal.pt. You can download the PDF and you can see the points that we approach: social development, innovation and quality, human resources, health and nutrition, and the environment. You can go
10
through our
minutes,
website.
finished.
It's finished, okay. Just 2 more slides, sorry. And the ongoing initiatives that we have. So we already measured the scope 1 and 2 to our activity. We are measuring the third one. We are doing also the project for the life cycle assessment. And we joined, this one in English is going to be a bit complicated, but we're doing a characterization of our poultry meat production over the years. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here and talk about a thing that passions us at MC. I have 10 minutes, and I have to follow because I see it's very strict policy here in Católica, and it's very good. So thank you for that as well. But I'm going to walk you through a little bit about what our group does, what our company does, MC, and how we organize ourselves for sustainability, what we're trying to achieve, how do we use science, innovation, and R&D for that. And I have just one example today, but I think it's very meaningful. So, SONAI is a Portuguese group, so we manage businesses in various sectors. We are in various countries. And I'm here to talk about MC, that box over there behind Manuela, so MC SONAI, which we are probably the leading food retailer in Portugal, the undisputed food retailer. But since recently, we are also the Iberian leader on what we call the health, wellness, and beauty retail sector. And so we have here a leading position in those two sectors. We gather thousands of stores, thousands of employees, and we have that footprint in Portugal and Spain with those brands. So you see here, you recognize Continente with its various formats. You can recognize some of our supporting brands as well, like Zoo, Note. And in the right side, that's our footprint in the health, wellness, and beauty. You recognize Wells, which is a major player here in Portugal, but also in Spain with Arenal and Druni. So our roadmap for sustainability, and this is, we base on targets. Those are targets, it's public targets that we have, and we are working to achieve them. So it's about climate action, to achieve the carbon neutrality. It's about the circular economy in terms of packaging. It's about having a sustainable supply chain, including the transportation and trucks and so on. It's about the consumers as well, the consumer awareness, and provide them with a healthy nutrition. It's about diversity and inclusion, and to have diversity also in the leadership positions within the group. And it's also about supporting the community, donations, the people that most need. So we have as well ways to help them. And supporting that roadmap is science. So we are very focused on science-based targets, on science-based solutions. And we have our own choreography to collaborative R&D and innovation. And I like to be here because Católica is one of our most prominent partners in sustainability in food. So we are end users of technology. So we see ourselves as a market, giving market access to those technologies, but we gather science and we gather technology partners. So we can actually help those technologies to be developed, co-developed, and come to the market and be tested, being experimented. We do that from farm to fork, and I keep here focusing on the food businesses. So from farm to fork, so we see here, since the supplier to the shopper, and I have many examples on how we are achieving sustainability goals through science. I'm gonna have one, but so from suppliers, so we're working on conservation of species that comes from agricultural production. We are working on sustainability in agriculture as well with our suppliers from the primary sectors. When it comes to logistics, we're focusing on energy a lot in our warehouses, but also in the transportation with our transportation partners. In store, we focus on circularity, the waste management, which is very important as well, which has significant impact in our CO2 emissions. And with the shopper, as I said before, so we try to provide them with the best, healthier, sustainable choices, and also to educate them, to bring awareness about the products that they are buying so they can make also the right choices. But as I said, I bring one example, and it's a very good example to show here. My colleague of panel talked about Via Food before, so we were challenged by Católica and a group of companies, Portugal Foods one of them, which is the cluster for food in Portugal, to lead this special project a couple of years ago. And this picture shows how large is that project when it comes to Portugal, but when it comes to the food sector in Portugal. So it's really representative of this sector. So we like to say that we gather the best of science and industry of food in Portugal. And why we did that? Because we wanted to orchestrate that sector to be more innovative and to provide healthier and sustainable choices for customers in Portugal and abroad. So there are a set of objectives of the project, new formulations, sensorial experiences, the packaging. The digital is also has a major role in the project as well, but focusing on having sustainable products and with less impact in the food value chain. It's not only flowers, so it's hard, and we are entering the last year of the project, and we have now the challenge of establishing and consolidating those structures that will outlive the project. So the results of the project are very good, but we wanted that this cooperation, this collaboration outlives the project and it stays as a set of structures. You can see here a food think tank, a Fab Labs network, scale-up hubs, and a go-to-market strategy led by Portugal Foods over here, and also with transversal access as digital training and the life cycle assessment, the circular economy, bringing the food to a new position in terms of how we organize ourselves, how we present our products here and abroad, and how the consumers accept our products. So this is the goal we have. It's going to be a lot of hard work, but with the right partners, and Católica is certainly one of them, we are very, very confident that we will achieve that. Thank you very much.
For saving 3 minutes that you can open more questions. So very, very relevant information, I think, especially in the strategy you have been implementing in innovation. But I suppose, especially when you talk about challenges to drive this sustainable innovation, what do you consider your biggest challenges in this area of sustainable innovation, and if your companies in this case have some strategies to mitigate these problems, because it's not easy to do sustainable innovation. It's an open question, and I would like to have opinions from each one, if possible. Maybe I can start with you.
Okay, I would say that probably the biggest challenge we face, and this is not just us, it's everybody's, it's the fact that we tend to and are trained to be quite specialist in an area, and not having a systemic approach and vision. And what we are trying to do, at least the Bock Group, is to create internally groups of various people, so from trainees to other colleagues that join in team for a semester, and they are given several challenges from different areas, and they have to think and to incorporate a kind of different hat. So we don't have just, the marketing guy or the sales guy and the quality guy, and obviously logistics and production, but we tend to also put there the challenges in terms of, okay, what happens at the end of life, what will be the vision of the consumer towards this product. Is there a benefit for the community where we are? For instance, if it's hops that we are producing together with an agriculture in Bragança, so can we really promote this production along? So I would say that trying to have for the innovation projects this holistic view, it's not easy because we tend to normally go back to our funnel vision. But I would say that the biggest challenge is to have this supply chain view and a kind of a systemic approach.
Okay, so just, of course I agree with everything Graça said, so just adding, so the way we see ourselves as a huge test bed. And so to test those technologies and sustainability, to make it work, it's going to require innovation, it's going to require technology from various fields. So first, technology has to work. And it's hard, you know that, everybody knows that. It's hard, sometimes it takes years. technology that really change something, it takes time to be developed, it takes time to be tested, sometimes it takes time to be approved. And second, and it even take more years, it has to be cheap. When I say cheap, it's not cheap, but it has to be sustainable also in a business sense, viable. Thank you. So it has to be viable. So those are the challenges that we face every day. We are, those 6 targets, everything we do today in terms of innovation has to contribute to achieve, to come to the company to achieve those 6 targets. And we face those challenges every day. So we need good science that help us to make technologies and test technologies that work. And we need a good value chain as well. So they can make those technologies good products and services that are also viable. So I think that's the big challenge.
Thank you for saying all the answers I wanted to say. Despite from the 2 points that my colleagues approach in our sector specifically. So, of course, if we talk about the competitiveness, if it's what's the cost, the real cost of this, what are the plans and the overviews that we need to have when developing a new product, for example, we in the agro-feed business have another question which might be related to legislation things. And it's not always that easy. Rules are there to follow, and I'm not saying that they are impeaching us, but sometimes it's a restriction that we face.
Thank you. I think we listen here, Graça talking about where we are currently. And I'd say most of the companies have this still, we already achieved sustainability in most of our value chain. But what is now, what are you thinking about to change from sustainability toward regeneration? Okay? I think this is a very important challenge. And probably you can see that everyone is trying to force there. What are your main strategy to try to move from this sustainability to regeneration, especially how can we impact also through this regeneration in the community and the environment? Do you have any strategy already planned for that? Maybe you can start now, if you don't mind, because you already have the microphone.
So Antonio would be a better person to answer this, as he's the person who takes the decisions. We are pushing, moving forward with more projects, more academic partnerships, a lot of communication internally, but also externally, trying to create some type of sensitiveness on the market and on the consumer, which sometimes is not easy. Everybody has a role in this, and if the customer or the consumer is not ready for it, we're not doing anything good. So, of course, we have some goals to reduce carbon footprints, to switch from fossil fuels to new fuels or to biofuels. But most of this, it's communication and sensibilization internally and externally. And then, of course, developing new projects, new products, moving forward.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Do you have some strategy?
Yeah.
I think you already have some
yeah,
options, but at least...
Sure. So I think the more the society, regulation, and in the end, the consumers, they will ask for, we do that extra mile, so we do more, that we have the impact, to have our reports published as well, so anybody can read it, can look at it, can study it. So we have this connection with the customer, with all the pros and cons, and I think being a retailer gives us also the pro of having that relationship with the customer, direct relationship, but also the con of being the first to feel. If we don't do well in those areas, so we're gonna hurt. So they will punish us. The market is very competitive, and so we try to not be, but also to look at what we are doing. So as I said, every project we organize, we launch, it's looking at those 6 targets as well. How can we contribute to that to achieve those ambitious goals that the company set, because it's going to be important not only for the people and the planet, it's in the core of our strategy, but also to sustain ourselves as a business that faces the consumer. It's going to be very important to give that message. So we are doing right, so we're trying to do better. We're trying to make a positive impact through our operations and to the way we do business.
Thank you. I think, how long will it take to go to the other side?
Well, I would say that if you ask me if we have a strategy, I would say no. What we have is a certainty that we want this company to be here for the next 130 or 150 years. So it means that to achieve that, we have to focus on creating value, and creating value not just for the P&L. So keep on doing what we have been doing, investing in communities, supporting, and going into areas that we have never been. I haven't told, but when we did the workshop here with the sustainability committee, it was like the first time we were looking into agriculture, even if we have a business, understanding what are the problems that the agriculturists have. We have been doing some projects to promote barley in Portugal, and obviously also help them with precision agriculture and so on, but it was like something that was far away. So I would say that the first strategy is for us to connect more with the various areas of the supply chain, especially those 5 ones. Some of them we are closer to production, to logistics, to our customers, but agriculture and even hand of life, we were a bit far away. So I would say that that's the first strategy, to connect with this and to keep on creating value, but this value cannot be done at the expenses of leaving the planet unhabitable. So that's the strategy we have to follow, I would say.
No, that at least is a good, important step, very important. I think when you talk about, we have been talking here today, okay, we cannot, we need to have an excellent product, performing product. I think is one of your main pillars, I suppose, when you produce for your consumers. And then you have the business and the income and the I would say, I hope also the value, as Inês was mentioning here today. So these are main pillars, and we talk about this sustainability pillar. Okay? Are you in fact considering it at the same level? What are the main essential factors that you think in future your companies can make it such important as we already have the business and the performance?
Yes, I think it's my turn to start. I think it's at least in my company, it's pretty clear that's a pillar. So we have a board seat which takes care of sustainability. There is an entire division for sustainability, and we have a set of projects, transversal projects, and a culture that we're trying to implement, where everybody knows what to do and to make the company perform better and again achieve those goals. I think.
But do you think that you can identify some barriers that you are still facing in order that this area could be even more pillar than you have today? What is the main problems that you find in your company, outside of your company, that limits more to be more pillar that you have today?
So I can give you some considerations. For example, I think we had a major work in the last years about packaging, and to work on having recyclable from recycling packaging for our products, and we achieved a huge impact on that. But still, we feel that the science provided very good solutions, but they did not scale still. And I think Via Food could help on that. I think it's one of the things. I think in energy, we're just starting
a path. There is still a lot to be done. So we've been working on storage, energy communities. Software has a major role to play that in terms of how can we be very efficient, how can we use the power from renewable sources. But I think there is a long path ahead. About the products, I think the challenge is to convince the consumer that, so I think everybody has to pay a share for that sustainability. I think if we want to, to do better, and if it costs more, so let's do that extra mile. But I think it's important to everything to do some in all the nodes of the value chain, including the consumer. Because I think the challenge that we've been presented in those 2 days, do better, maybe it's not enough. I think we really need to do different. And different is hard. Do better, everybody can do better. Our competitors can do better. But if we really do different, it's a challenge. But the benefits could come, in enormous ways.
For us, sustainability is already a pillar, especially since 2006 when we integrated Savinor with its circularity of raw materials. The challenge that, and just to complete also the opinion from Marlos, everybody has to pay a bit of this sustainability. Not everybody is making the transition the same way. And especially when you export and you work with foreign markets, sometimes you suffer a bit the disadvantage, especially on competitiveness for some products. So this is one of the main challenges we will have, especially when we leave our small Portugal and we turn to outside. Some of our business areas, especially, for example, aquaculture, exports 80 to 85% of its whole production. So we hear a lot what is happening outside even of Europe, and sustainability is not a top priority. And of course, this can bring some unfairness to the challenge.
Yeah. Just to compliment,
I'm not going to say that it's a pillar, because definitely it is. I would share a bit my vision and what I would like, even if I'm now responsible for sustainability at Bock Group, I would like that in, 10 years, or if possible less, that I wouldn't have this job, not because I'm retired, but because for me that will be the sign that really in everything that we do in the company, sustainability is there. So that's a share of a vision. Then the barriers, I would say that probably apart from regulation and consumer also wanting to buy the more sustainable products, I would say that we have a huge barrier of language, because sustainability means different things for different people, and there's a mismatch here. And I think that if we could align, and really help people with language, that probably will have a huge and more higher involvement, not just inside the organization, but also towards the consumer. Because nowadays, that's my feeling, this is a big barrier.
Yeah, I think it's one of the important components of our Insure, the literacy. I think it's really important. The literacy, the training, the people need to understand them very well. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to integrate and to absorb and to adopt these practices and products. So I think it's the moment we can open to the audience. So I know you are tired, but I'm sure you still have some energy to put some questions, please. Okay. Antonio saved me. Thank you.
You all thanks a lot for the presentations. You all have long history of reporting. It's very clear. You were mentioning 206, right? And you were also mentioning, right? So the point, what I'd like to ask is, can you say a bit or explain what, if there was a moment in which there was like a jump in the process? Because one thing is to reporting, the other is to see that there is like a clear accelerator, and what was it, and how did it involve top management, etc.?
Yeah, I can use this.
For me, it's easy. I would say, again, probably in the last 3 years when, interviews or questions from media and other stakeholders about our performance in water consumption, energy efficient, GEs, and so on. So the minute that information that we had for our internal consumption and for our internal report also were visible. It was visible outside because we were having the reports on our website, but the minute that the C-level needed to know those figures as well as they did the numbers about sales and profits and so on, I think that really made the change. That we were not just doing this because we were looking for efficiencies and understanding what there was going on, but because the external world was interesting also in understanding what we are doing.
From what I can say from the Soja de Portugal group, it started first in 2006 when we acquired the rendering plant, and then we started to report in 2012. In 2012, we also started to work on a project with KPMG as an external provider to train and to inform the C-level about what is sustainability, where are we going, in order to establish the same level of knowledge to everybody. And since then, so I joined the company later on, but I had some trainings. 2 of our colleagues were also last year or this year making a program here in Católica. So nowadays we have also gathered the committee for sustainability. So as Graça said, we also had the information previously and we started to put it on the report. But first of all, it was also for cost efficiency and a way to perform better. But then we started to publish it on the report. Of course, this last 4 or 5 years have been more exigent, and curiosity and communication about these measures is more important than in 2012 when we started. Actually, sometimes when I'm with customers and I said, listen, we publish a sustainability report since 2012. Normally people get 2012, well, you started long ago. I said, we started even before, but putting it on a report only in 2012.
I don't know, additional, Marlos, or the compliment?
Yeah, so I think the question is for everybody. So in our case, the group started as a circular economy. So it's a wood panel manufacturer, so today known as Sonai Arauco. So sustainability is in the core of the group since then. But I think if I have to outline a moment, a couple of years ago, I think it was curiosity. I think when we started working with science, we started to be challenged. And it came regulation, saying curiosity and regulation. And I remember when it came the plastic regulations, and when everybody knew that, oh my God, but plastic is a problem, we were already there. And the top management were, of course, looking at the situation, and we were already working with some top scientific institutions, looking at biomaterials, substitutes for, plastic packaging, and with very good solutions, because the market then was flooded with bad solutions, very bad solutions that looked good, but actually very bad. And we were working with good science. And I think that's the click that maybe our top managers say, oh, this is important because it's science-based target, but we have science-based solutions as well. So we can trust that this path is righteous. Okay.
Thank you so much. I think we have another question. I saw some hand, okay. Thank you.
Hello there. I'm new to Portugal, so this question might be obvious to everybody else. In the innovation points that you made, I have two questions really. Question one, how easy is it for somebody to break things within your company to try new ideas? Is that a thing that's possible? Is it easy? Is it not? Do you see that as a barrier? And the second point is, if an idea doesn't work, if it doesn't achieve your goals at the end, the team that makes it happen internally, are they still rewarded or are they penalized? Two questions.
Did you understand? Or
yeah, I did.
Because the sound was not very good.
But
Sorry.
I did understand.
If it doesn't work, the teams work?
Yeah. So is the team still rewarded if the idea doesn't work?
Yeah, I can start on this one. Thank you for the question. So I'm not gonna say that. Oh yeah, let's go fail. No, that's not how it works. It has to be tolerated. So, and the fail should be as well a learning process. Of course, it has to be goodness in a project. So you have to be trying to achieve something that is meaningful, that is impactful, and you have to know how to fail. And yes, we fail a lot. So we work on R&D, and many of the things that we work with doesn't work or it's too expensive. But anyway, I think when you have a solid business case, a solid approach, and you learn through the process, I think it's much easier to fail, and you fail fast. You don't get stubborn, so it's very important. So it's not working, so let's do something else. Let's take what we learned and let's do something else, because I think no company would tolerate something that, I'm going to fail and I'm going to fail in millions. Or no, I think it should be a balanced approach. But yes, we can fail, but you have to fail fast and fail gracefully.
From our experience, so we have an ongoing initiative with a portal for people to submit not only their ideas, but improvements that they can have. And then you can start a project from there. So it's quite easy, depending on the day, but it's quite easy to break the barrier. Now, of course, when you go to a project, you have to build a strong case. And sometimes you just arrive to the conclusion that market is not suitable, product is not suitable for market, that you are not ready yet to do it. I can give, for example, one example we had with the feather mill. Mm-hmm. So we took the feathers from our poultry, okay? And at the time, the legislation, for example, was not allowing it to put it in aquaculture. So you could only put it on pet food. But one guy had an idea, our technical director, by the way. He had the idea, maybe we should try it. One day, maybe it will allow us to put it in aquafeed. So we made the tests. And some years after, the legislation was about to change. There were talks about it. He was very, very happy. So it was a failed project. Not a failed project, but it was a project without any end. And on the day that the legislation changed, we are the first ones to put a product like this in the market. And I think the law changes on the 1st of July, and 20 days after, we were shipping the first container with this kind of solution on the feed. But we have other projects who stay just on the drawing because they're not ready yet, or they won't work.
The last word, Grace. Just we need to finish.
Yeah, we also have quite a process on innovation with also an innovation committee that gathers together every month. With a funnel of projects in various stages, and some of them never see the light in the market. But so we have a kind of structured process. But we also, as I mentioned before, apart from these more marketing, innovation, R&D team involvement. We also involve other elements in the company on working on innovations, not just product, but services or any other kind of solution that we are looking for. So that's a rolling process. We fail a lot and it hurts, but as Marlo was saying, the point is failing, learning, and avoiding to fail again. But even though I would say that it's worthwhile, going on, because there's a lot of learning that we kept because of this.
Thank you. I think with this great word, learning, I think we learn a lot with your examples, with your case studies. I think we need to move forward because we have the researchers waiting for the word. So we want to thank a lot your presence here, your great case studies, and also give a great applause to them. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are almost finishing our fourth conference this year. So, but we have two last moments. One is fun, is a sunset / magusto, saying in Portuguese, right after this session. You are all invited to come. And we have another very important moment now, which is the Best Presentation Award, which will be given by two very important partners that help us to stimulate research on sustainability. And by the end, of course, the closing remarks from our co-leaders. So I have here the keys, yes. But first of all, I want to call João Torres from KPMG, the partner, the special partner, which is giving the award for the natural sciences presentations. Shall we look at the name? Yes, it's here. So I have to call. I hope you're all prepared to maybe say some words, the authors. I'm sure they are. So we are going to call, do you want to say the name?
Yes, for the best paper award in natural sciences, I call Ana Messias.
Is yours. Okay. Two minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Professor Manuela Pintado and her Bioactives and Bioproducts group, especially the researchers that contributed more directly to the work, Sara Batista Silva, Sandra Borges, Sofia Salsinha, and Ezequiel Coscoeta. Also the members of the Goodman Worm Sense Lab at Stanford University, and the researchers that worked directly in the project while I was there, Lucero, Emily, and Anfe for their contributions. Obviously Miriam Goodman, the PI who hosted me, Fulbright and Flood for the scholarship during my stay at Stanford. And the organizing committee for these 2 days of wonderful talks and learning and sharing knowledge, fostering sustainability, that is a key word in our society, and the selection committee for this award. Thank you.
with our co-chairs. And João Torres, would you mind to take a photo there? Yes. With our winner. Co-chairs, please. So, congrats. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now we have MDS, which is our partner, helping us on the social sciences presentations. So shall we say the name? Do you want to say the name?
Happy to announce João Nuno Gonçalves.
I'm really happy to receive this award, and most of all for the valuable inputs that I have received that will allow for sure to evolve my research on our topics. On the other hand, I also would like to point that I believe that there is still a huge gap between academia and practice, and I'm really happy to see these kind of initiatives to help to reduce this gap in the future. So it was a pleasure to be here and hope to see you next year.
So great, thank you, thank you. So Manuela Pintado, António Vasconcelos, João Pinto, the co-chairs, the last words, and I believe the announcement for our 5th conference.
Can start. Okay, I think everyone is waiting to share in this magusto. So let's do it fast. So most important is first of all thanking all of you that you spent 2 days. Most of you here with us. It was great to have all the researchers, all the speakers, great speakers, really amazing, inspiring speakers. Also thanking all the companies, partners, students that were attending the meeting, and you are crucial to make this, in fact, a great value. And of course, I cannot close. I'm really small. Sorry. I know. Sorry, I know I forgot. Sorry. But for me, it's very, very important also to thank the organizing committee here, especially Maria Lopes Cardoso. Is really a fantastic woman and organizer. So I want to thank, but also all the team that collaborate with them. I think here I would be several names, but I want to leave the message to all. I think it's really important. Otherwise, we would not have this amazing scenario, amazing organization. So for me, to be here today and yesterday is why thinking about that we started this project 4 years ago, that we have this great idea together, and that now more and more we are moving from the idea to the implementation, and more than implementation is feeling that we are transforming companies, we are transforming people in the training, we are transforming researchers with giving value to what they are doing. So I think for me it's a great pleasure, and I hope that all the message we could cut here today, you can also transform yourselves and your companies, and that next year we have again, this great team here waiting for the news on sustainability. And please, whenever you need, we'll be here also to help you in sustainability. Thank you so much.
Thank you a lot for being there. Thanks to our sponsors and friends, partners in an ecosystem that is now 85. The video was saying 70, but it's moving fast. I realized during lunch, we were on the Planetiers New Generation side, we were like 13 people on the table, which could be even a risk, but it's good to see, people joining from both Porto and Lisbon. It makes a lot of difference. I have to thank tremendously to Católica team since, the first day of the first contact with Isabel, then Manuela, then João, Maria, and all the others. It's really collaboration across faculties. This makes all the difference. So big applaud for Católica. Thank you to all of you. We have an ecosystem that that there is a huge opportunity now to make it happen. Please do not hesitate to enter into dialogue. We are here for dialoguing, challenging, and helping. Thank you.
Okay. No, don't worry. Okay, just to thank you all for being here. In fact, the Insure.hub is the result of, I'll say, a strategic decision that we have made in 2017, Isabel and with Manel and Celia, to focus and to foster interdisciplinary projects inside the campus, including the different schools, and this is what we have now. And this is go behind the biotech or the business school. We are now working with the Faculty of Education Psychology and with other schools also. So this is important because, as we know, to face today's challenges, we need to look and to have a systemic and holistic perspective. Only when you put together faculty members, people from the industry thinking together how to solve the problems, we can effectively solve those problems. So this is quite important, and this is the result of such a vision that I think we had in 2017. Just to close, and just me say that we don't have a slide, but the next year's conference will be on the 29th and 30th of October, so same dates, but in 2025. So please come and share with us also your projects. We have to start talking with our partners to choose which partners will be the next 6 partners next week. And I would like to close just by saying that I'm delighted to announce that Wayne Visser will start in November the 1st as a professor of practice at Católica Porto Business School. So be here, and we will start also preparing some projects and challenging you with some ideas. And he also lead another interdisciplinary center or hub linking the law school, the business school, the biotech schools. There's something new, and then we will announce in a very short time. But thank you all for being here. We showed the QR code for our postgraduate program in innovation, in sustainability and regeneration, focused on circular innovation, circular economy. So please go there and enroll. Thank you, and have a nice day.